How's it going, everyone?
Good morning, everybody. Sorry there's food in my mouth.
It happens. We'll forgive you this time, but don't let it happen again. Actually, it's probably going to happen quite a bit, but that's fine. It's fine.
So,
All right, let's get this. Let's get the music. As much as I'd like to have the music in the background, sometimes it's just not. Yeah,
it's not it.
this doesn't bode well. All right, so Josh,
Yes,
happy Saturday.
it is. No, it's
Sunday.
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 Uh,
Oh my gosh. Good Lord.
Sunday.
Sunday. Sunday. I'm guessing you had a good Christmas, good New Year's, good 3 weeks that we've not been. We haven't done any. We haven't done this.
Yeah, I've been having a pretty good time.
I would
I
hope
could
so.
complain. I'm not going to, though.
I mean, it's been. The holidays are always like that.
Yeah.
It gets like that sometimes. Family, friends, all that wonderful stuff. Spend buku's amount of money that you don't have for stuff that you don't need. Right.
Mm.
That's usually how it works.
Not for me this year,
Oh, that's good.
but
That's good.
yeah, I kind of said fuck everybody else.
Sometimes you do have to do that.
Yeah.
Um, Comes down to it, but um, I don't know if anybody remembers where we were last. I mean, we're on part 4 now of Section 8, and I'm pretty sure that we've gotten all of maybe 4 lines in. Um, the powers of Congress in Section 8 are amazingly complex as far as what they are supposed to have the power to do. And me and Josh were just tossing this around a little bit, not only from the Constitution's perspective, but the changes that have been made through different bills over the past 200 and some years, right? The, giving away certain powers or enabling other powers for different things, and just so things have changed. But when we're looking at this, I think we covered what duties, taxes, and that type of stuff, and then we've gone through that, borrowing money, and this is a big part of what Congress is everybody, the deficit and all that, how much what they're spending the money on and things of that nature, and then part of the other ones that we've talked about is on side of the federal spending and the money part. Then is we talked about commerce. That was I think we spent 2 weeks on spending on money, and then we spent one on commerce, if I'm not mistaken. And that that's we're into the 4th line. Like if we're here, let me switch over. Like if we're looking at this in Section 8, money is the first 2 lines. Taxes, duties, impost, excise, all of that stuff, debt. And then we did commerce, which talking about the different types of commerce in and out of the states, and then regulating what states can do, with foreign nations, and that type of stuff. And that's the first 3 lines of this section. I mean, and that's probably where a majority of the power of Congress, is used, is in those things. But unfortunately, go ahead.
I was gonna say that, you wanted me to ask the question to ChatGPT, and it basically answered the question that we've been dancing around like this entire time. Not dancing around, but the conclusion. I said, is there a general consensus on whether there are powers of Congress missing from Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution? Do you as a language model have an opinion based on information you gathered on history and human beings in general? And basically, what like the long version short, The same thing that we're saying, trying to enumerate every future congressional power would have been technically impossible and politically dishonest.
Yep.
But this is the part people skip. They also made an assumption: Congress would self-restrain, states would aggressively defend their turf, the public would punish overreach. And then he says those assumptions aged poorly. Um,
I'm
and so
sorry.
the
I'm sorry about that, folks. Apologize. That's hilarious.
yeah,
Coming
right.
from a large language model.
Yeah. The Constitution was built on a bet that ambiguity plus virtue would outperform rigidity plus paranoia. History suggests ambiguity won. Virtue did not always show up.
Go freaking figure. I
Yeah.
and you take and you look at the founding fathers who or I don't even want to say the founding fathers. That like you take all of the people that were involved in the creation of the Constitution. You know, over those months in what was it, 1775 or no,
Declaration was written
1777
in
or 8?
76.
Yeah, 70, 77, 78, I think it was.
I think the Revolutionary War was still going on then. 1777, 1778, I believe. Those 2 years. Could be wrong.
All right. Okay. I was wrong. 1787. I had
Yeah.
my numbers split back there. 1787. So 10 years after that. 1770. Yeah, 10 years after that when they did it. So from May to September, they wrote, they drafted this in the convention. And you take all these people that have all this knowledge and of their time, and we're not talking about your everyday Joe Blow out there. Like, these people are aristocrats. They know how this stuff works. You got military generals. You had bankers. You had inventors. You had all of these very educated, well-to-do, connected type people that were making all of these decisions and these choices and trying to lay stuff. And when it comes down to the basis of it, and you can even look at the what was it, what were the papers that was it?
The
It wasn't
Federalist
Hamilton.
Papers, those came
Federalist.
after, yeah, after the Constitution was written, but before it was ratified.
Yeah, but you take and look at it, and you get a little insight to where they say all of this is based on virtue.
Yeah.
It's all based on like we try to leave it to where we're going to rely on the best of the best. The best.
Yeah. And that's just not what we get, man. Is not what the system is currently built for.
Yeah, not at all. So then you're and there was a fear. You had the fear of the Bank of England coming in and taking over things, and governments trying to come in and take over the country, and they couldn't do it militarily. They tried to in the 1800s, not too long after this stuff was written, 1812, 1814, right around that area. And they tried to take things back over, but they didn't. But they found an easier way to do it. All you got to do is control the money. You control you do it rather than through force. You do it through I don't want to say sleight of hand, but more so of a subterfuge. And
Yeah.
that's the way a lot of things work anymore, through money and subterfuge. So,
Well,
but
wage slavery, and
ha-
all the other things, and working towards retirement, and
oh yeah, but
um,
you take some people would say Jackson, right, was a good president, did a lot of good things, even though Trail of Tears, Indians, all of that. Some people would say
well,
that he was horrible because of those things. You get the same with what FDR, with all of the stuff that he implemented, or even his brother Teddy. Like
yeah,
them in general, some people see them as fantastic presidents, and they put a lot of groundwork, for us to what we live off today. But then you
yeah,
have some people that say they were horrible and they ruined so much. So it's
Well, I mean, even my political science class I took last year, they like when it comes to FDR and the New Deal, like they section it off and they basically say that he completely changed the federal government. And if you actually look at it, you're right about that. It completely changed the way that they do business, for better or for worse, whether you like that or not. Um, I don't know if it's necessarily good, bad, right, wrong, right? It's just
yeah.
it, he was trying to do something different. I would like to think that he had good intentions around that, but uh, it's hard to know what's in somebody's heart and their mind as well too,
Yeah.
and the people that were around him helping him design that.
Well,
I mean, he definitely he left his mark on history. I'll say that.
oh yeah, without a doubt. And there's a lot, each president that comes in has a different thing that they have to deal with. And the funny part about it is we look at eras from presidents. We look at what the presidents did instead of what Congress did. It's almost like we don't care what Congress does, it's what the president does. Like it's funny how that works, even though the bills and the laws and everything, because I guess the president is supposed to be seen as the mediator, as the person that kind of negotiates everything, and they put forth things when Congress and all of the different committees that Congress has, like they're pushing their agendas too. Like there's like when you're talking about this negotiation, hey, you want this? Okay, well you're gonna have to put this in too. We're not gonna vote for you if you don't put this piece in. We're not gonna vote for this bill if you don't include this part. So I know it's been over the past, I would say, 50 years, since right before Nixon, I believe, is when the whole Republican thing changed over to started doing the whole Christian, like faith based
Hallelujah.
political party versus, based on actual politics, based on running the country. Instead, they flip to appeal to people's like sort of primal things rather than their political things because they realize that hey, we can do whatever we want as long as we appeal, as long as we pander to these particular things. Other
Yeah.
than outside of that, they're always going to support us if we are anti-abortion, if we tout the whole religious thing, if we are against certain things. We have a whole huge um, what's what's the word for the constituents? We have a huge constituency of these people that don't care what we do as long as we pander to these things.
Yeah, as long as you pander to their religious ideology.
Correct. As long as we pander to this piece, we can actually we can make them, essentially, we can make them slaves, take away all their rights, take away all their money, as long as we continue to pander to these things. They could be living back in houses with dirt floors, and they will be thanking their political people for doing that as long as they take care of all of these other things. And that's
Yeah.
unfortunate. It really is unfortunate that that is the base for a lot of people. That, well, I don't care what they do as long as women can't go get abortions. What? How does that make any sense? So what? Yeah.
Well,
So
that's how they got
anyways,
me. That's for sure.
it's one of those things. But anyways, back off to what we were talking about. Sorry about the little segue there. So we're talking about Section 8, and this is where the powers of Congress, which Congress is supposed to hold the majority of powers in the government because it is the representation of the people. So these are the powers that they're supposed to have. Um, and if I'm not mistaken, Congress essentially has the powers to run the country and make all the decisions on things, and they grant powers to other, to all of the other branches of government to an extent, but they're the ones that enact all of the laws. So when we're talking about putting guardrails up or what safety protocol or something that says, hey, you have to work within these confines, and like uh, like what you brought up there. Read that part again about what it was based off of.
Oh, the Constitution was built on a bet that ambiguity plus virtue would outperform rigidity plus paranoia.
There you
The
go.
problem, yeah, and the problem is that like ChatGPT, I think has it exactly right. Is that virtue doesn't always show up, and it's like, so how do you put guardrails into a system that where virtue can just be pushed to the side?
Well, not even virtue, but ambiguity. They work together because you could have virtue and more constraints to an extent, but they were betting on the ambiguity as well, and because we're dealing with that as well. To borrow money on credit of the United States, there is no
Yeah,
bounds around that. It doesn't say how much. It doesn't say how often. It doesn't say whatever. I mean, if you wanted somebody that, like, if you could get it through Congress, we could borrow, I don't know, 7, $8 trillion. Oh wait, we do, we have.
yeah, right,
Um, uh, you know, that's one of the things. There's no guidelines like a lot of these different the conservative and the libertarian, and I don't even think the progressive does it. I don't think the progressive constitution has anything about it. But the libertarian and conservative wants to put guardrails as far as, okay, well, you can't borrow so much money that you're exceeding our GDP. Like, I mean, which makes sense. If we're only worth this much, we're not going to go borrow 10 times that just because of whatever, except in cases of emergency. They didn't put any of that stuff in here. But I want, like, if you go back to those, I don't think that they had any, just like what ChatGPT said, there was, they had no way of knowing what it was going to get to, right? So I think that, I think putting some guardrails, like looking at what the experience we've had over the past 250 years, and putting some in here is good. But then we're running into the problem we've had for the past 4 weeks that we've been working on Section 8. What are those guardrails?
right.
How do
And
you
yeah,
verbalize it?
yeah, and I agree with the ambiguity thing. Like I'm not there, and maybe we should, because I'm almost of coming to the opinion that that well, I don't know, maybe there should and there shouldn't be guardrails. It's just for me, it's irritating that it like that rational people can't come together and say, yeah, we shouldn't be borrowing $8 trillion in a year to bail out um, to bail out a suffering economy, and that there were enough economists and enough smart people in those rooms. Like, and you want to go back to the 2008 housing crisis, or any other
Yikes.
economic crisis.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like there were enough smart people saying like, hey, we shouldn't be doing this, and they
But then
they were
but
not listened to. They were silenced. They were, go
yeah, but
ahead.
then you
Sorry.
got well, no, but I'm saying, but then you got the opposite side of you have enough of those.
Where
I
it's like,
don't.
oh well, we can make money off of this. We can profit from
Correct.
this.
Yeah, but we
Yeah,
can make more
and
money.
yeah, and we can steal more money from the average citizen.
We can get
Uh,
rich.
yeah, and it, I, m- my thought is that more time and energy should be spent on how do we how do we put virtue back in the system? How do we put guardrails, not guardrails, but how do we incentivize
Virtue
um,
instead of.
virtue within the system, and then we don't have to worry about the ambiguity.
So I'm gonna bring out a bad word. Okay, I'm gonna bring out a word that triggers a lot of people. That a lot of people look at as the worst word right now, even more so than some other words. So so I was actually having a conversation with one of my friends about this from a business perspective. Okay. Um, when you're talking about from a business perspective, a capitalistic perspective, usually you have an owner or a person up at the top that is benefiting from everybody else down below them, right? And the more people that they have below them doing the work, usually the less that the person up top has to do. Usually, yeah, they still got to make big decisions, direction, and stuff that could have very real effects on the company and the people that work for them. But for the most part, that person is not involved in the day to day of that business, right?
Sure.
So, you, we'll just take a lawn care business, for example. Person starts a lawn care business. They're out there. They're the one cutting the grass. They're talking to the people. They're getting all the stuff. They get so many people that they then have to hire people to then go out and cut the grass. And then those people, they have to adhere to the standards that the owner set for that company in order to continue to get those clients and to keep those clients. And then that person, the owner, goes and then gets more clients. And then he has to hire more people. And then the business grows. So then he has to hire teams. And then, so you have this person that originally got into cutting grass. And now they haven't touched a lawnmower in years. They don't even know what the guys are going through out there. What's changed in the 10 years that this grass can. What do you mean we need this? When I was doing it, I just went out with my push mower and we just did it. Why do we need to buy gas? Just go out there with your push mower, with your manual cutter and cut the grass. I did it that way for years, and that's how I built this company, right? And people were saying, no, we need to get gas mowers, and we need to pay for gas. And the owner doesn't understand it, or even to the extent of now everything's going electric, and maybe you have something, and I'm just throwing this out there. I don't think this actually occurs because I know it doesn't happen here. Noise ordinances to where, hey, we got to cut the grass, but we can't do it during certain times because they have noise ordinances. The people are complaining about it. We can't start cutting grass till 9 o'clock or whatever. We normally start at 7 during the summer or 6. So we're going to use electric because it doesn't make noise, right? It doesn't make the loud lawn mowing noise, so we want to do that. Owner doesn't understand any of that. What do you mean you're using we don't use electric. We push the manual mower. What are you talking about? And this is a terrible example, but the thing is the owner has to have a way to incentivize the employees to continue to do a very good job, to continue to uphold the standard that was put in place by him, because the owner has a different outlook on their business. It is their job to make sure that the business succeeds. It is the employee's job to make sure that the work gets done, but also they're doing it to collect a paycheck. Oh, hey, yeah, no, I cut a few corners and there was some grass that was left. I didn't even notice it, but yeah, I guess I could have done a better job of cutting that. I guess I could have done a better job of edging that. I guess I could have, not left that tire mark from the lawnmower in the lawn, but it was wet and we needed to get done because I had 30 other yards to cut. So they have a different responsibility to the business and the customers than the owner does, because the owner is the one ultimate responsible for it. Now, here's the bad part, the bad word that I was talking about. When you're talking about something like socialism, just making sure that the house continues to stay. Nothing's going to burn down. We're not going to make sure that the electric doesn't get cut off and I can't stream anymore. No, but if you talk about socialism, or even going to the other extent of communism, most people, those words are very inflammatory, and most people don't even understand what they mean, okay? I have a feeling that some people don't even understand what capitalism is. Like they have an idea of what it is, but they don't truly understand what it means. So even from the communist, socialist, capitalist, because you don't hear the you hear the isms, capitalism, communism, socialism. Like you don't hear the ist, but let's do here socialist versus let's just do. Okay. So capitalism focuses on private ownership and free markets for profit. Socialism advocates for a communal or state ownership and control of production for social welfare. And communism aims for a stateless, classless society with common ownership, eliminating private property entirely. So, so this is where this gets, and communism never works. It has never worked anywhere in any large group of people because the thing is you always have somebody that will take over. You always have somebody that is going to be making the decisions. You always, and that's where you get your dictatorships and things like that from a communistic,
Oh,
because
yeah, well, it's the idea when you centralize all of that power, someone wants that power for themselves and the wealth that comes with it. You're not,
exactly.
and that's the human condition, and you're never going to solve um for that equation because you'd have to take the variable of the human condition out of the equation, and you can't.
So and this is one of the things, if we're going to talk about virtue, if we look at these three, the thing the of these three, the one that requires the most virtue is communism.
Yep.
You have to have an insane amount of virtue in order to be able to pull off communism because it relies on everybody working together, right?
It, well, yeah, it's the idea that you take the best of the of human, call them human traits, caring, compassion, grace, um, just
You can put
general
love in
love
there. You
for,
can put love in there. You can put, yeah,
yeah. Well, no,
compassion,
well,
love, grace. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and that people are always going to have those traits, and not the uglier ones.
The
Jealousy, greed, um, the
ego. Yeah. Id.
gluttony. The seven deadly sins or
The
whatever.
yeah, the deadly sins, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, let's pull religion in here. That works.
I got you.
All right.
We
Cool.
can do it all.
So, so if you look at these three, the one that requires the least amount of virtue is capitalism. You got one person owns everything. There's no virtue in that. Like you rely on that one person to have enough virtue to say, yeah, I'm going to pay you enough money that I could pay you less so I can make more. I mean, that's kind of how capitalism is, right? Like you pay what the market demands, driven by free markets, competition, profit motive. So you have the owner that's trying to make as much money as possible. You have the employees that are like, oh, well, if you don't pay me enough, I'll go over here because they're going to pay me more, which 100%, and, and, and this is hilarious to me, it creates an environment of deceit and very much so one of no trust whatsoever. And it does not create a virtuous environment. Capitalism does not create a virtuous environment at all whatsoever
Oh,
because it's always about what's best for me. Okay? That's what capitalism is about. Well,
yeah.
if you don't think I'm paying you enough, go somewhere else. See if you can find another job that pays you enough. And then they leave. So there's no loyalty. Capitalism does not create loyalty at all whatsoever. I don't care what anybody tells you. There is no sense of loyalty in capitalism because that person at the top is not loyal to you at all. They don't
No,
care.
he's loyal to his own self-interest.
Correct. So then you take the middle ground of socialism, which is sort of, and I can see the good in this and I can see the bad in this. The good being Norway, one of the richest countries in the world, and I was actually just reading about this, with their somewhat state-owned oil Like right now, I think for their population, based on the money that they have in their oil fund, their state owned or nation owned oil fund, they have around $340,000 per constituent in their oil fund right now. Like they could pay every single person in their country $340,000 based on what they have in their oil fund right now. If they liquidated it all and gave all the money to the people. So that is one of those good pieces of socialism. Like and this is the funny thing is Alaska kind of does the same thing. Alaska has the Alaskan
Yeah,
oil fund.
yeah.
Huh?
It's called, the permanent fund dividend is what it's called.
There you go, which pays out to residents of Alaska, if I'm not mistaken,
Yep. Yeah, once a year.
once a year. So
It's a lump sum.
it's so funny to me, and I would imagine that Alaska votes socialist all the time, right? They are very socialist up in Alaska. Socialism is huge up there. Definitely not, you know.
I didn't pay attention to politics when I lived there, but I'm gonna go ahead and just what little I remember, I'll go ahead and go out on a limb and say nah,
No,
not much.
that's weird that they
Um,
would have a socialist program that the constituents benefit off of, and they probably like it, right?
oh yeah, very much so.
Because
Yeah, just
it's a state owned, if I'm not mistaken, right? State owned
yes, it
fund.
is.
Huh.
Yeah, and I can't remember who set it up or how they got it set up. But when you get socialist programs that get put in place like that, if you try to take them away from people, that's the one thing where like you're gonna get people out in with pitchforks and torches if you talk about
Social
taking that stuff
Security.
away. Yeah,
Social
same
Security.
idea.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're trying. They're trying.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
they are. Well, they're even talking about taking away VA benefits now. I was reading.
yeah, you guys
I was
did.
like,
You guys don't deserve that, anyways. I mean, you didn't
no,
do
no, no.
anything special.
Yeah. No, and
Lived off the
it,
government teat for I don't know how long. Yeah. No
yeah.
more handouts for you, buddy.
Well,
Sorry.
I
I'm
hate
so
you.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's fuck, that's fucking awesome. Uh,
You're
no,
welcome.
and
I'm glad I
I
made
was
you laugh on that one. Whew.
I read I was reading an opinion article saying how the language on VA disability needs to be changed, that it needs to be called something different. Like when like I'm trying to think when you get hurt at work, what's that called? It's like employee. Like if you get hurt at work and then you can't work, right? The
Yeah.
employer has to pay.
Yes.
And I can't think of the name.
It's workers' comp, I believe, is what you're
Yeah,
talking
workers'
about.
compensation. Yes,
Workers'
thank you.
compensation.
And
Why are
and
we
she was
compensating
saying,
workers? Screw them
yeah,
workers.
yeah. And
Screw
she
those
she was
guys.
saying that VA disability no longer it can't be called disability because of the connotation
You're
that
disabled.
comes with disabled. Yeah, and
Oh my gosh.
that people shouldn't get paid for that. And it's interesting because in practice I don't disagree with her, but it's the idea that
Oh.
because you call something disability or like or something else, there's enough people that look at that and be like, oh well, they don't deserve that, they shouldn't be getting paid for that. But if you change it to compensation and you look at it from the perspective of if oh well, they're getting compensated for the work that they did, they got hurt, like whether that's physical, mental, emotional, whatever you want to call it, that people need to be compensated for that.
No,
um
no. Hey, have we been I feel like there's a theme here for what we're doing.
right.
Words
um
matter.
yeah, and it like I said, I understand it in practice, but it's absurd in the idea that we have to change the language to fit the mindset of the people. It's because
Well,
to me, it's like, well, we need to change people's mindsets. We don't need like, not just change words around.
well, I got two things here. I do want to make somebody made a comment to me not too long ago about the fact that like 20 to 30 years ago there were a lot more words back then than there are now. But yeah, so many more words back then than there are now. It's a joke and it's okay just talking about music and how people used a lot more words back then and they don't use as many now. Um, but also on another thing, and this is hilarious. Um, so I just watched the first part of Ricky Gervais's new Netflix special, right? And one of the first things he talks about, and it's so funny that this has a correlation here, is there was a comedian and she has a disability, and she made a special called "Am I a Retard?" And she was attacked
Of
by
course you
the
are.
disability, no, by the disability, like
By like the ADA.
by the disability people, saying you can't call yourself that because you're not mentally disabled, you have a physical disability, so you can't use the word retard because that isn't you. And she's like, what? So when you're so she might have to use something like spastic, like what? What is spastic? But no, it was following her around in her life and the things that she was doing and the stuff that she had problems with, as being a handicapped person. And that was the name of her special. The name of her thing that she did was "Am I a Retard?" And they were like, you can't use that word. That word is for specific types of you. You don't have the ability to use that word because you're not that. You
Yeah.
are a different type of disabled. And Ricky made a very good point. He's like, okay, so the people that can use that word, when do we tell them, hey, by the way, I just want to let you know, if you want to, you can use this word. And they went, huh? What do you mean? Well, we're just you have the ability to say this. Are you saying that I'm a no, 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 no? And we're not. I'm not. But if you want to, you can use that.
I am not saying that,
I'm not
but
saying that, but it's hilarious to me. And just like what you were saying with the whole disability, like, well, disability has a different connotation than compensation, which is not
right.
wrong. Because if you talk about compensation, you don't go into an interview and say, well, what's my disability package? What? Yeah, my compensation package. How much money am I getting? What's my disability?
Yeah.
Like, it has different meanings depending on how you use it. So I can understand. I can understand that, but I think what it is, and this goes back to what bringing everything back here to Section 8, the words that are used to imply stuff. Like, I would imagine when when the veteran disability, when all of that stuff happened, it was meant for specific things. It had more, hey, this is going to be for our veterans who are discharged, or they're going to be whatever. And then things were added on to it. Like, and it was
Oh, yeah.
all pulled under that act. Like, when you're talking like the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, as they call it. There's a lot of things that are in there that, does covering a child until the age of 26 belong under the Affordable Care Act? Does
Yeah.
pre-existing conditions belong under the Affordable Care Act? And it's just all of the acts, all of the laws and the things that are put into place. It's all, they try to coin these terms for them, right? They try to make it to where it's, hey, let's, to get this passed. Oh, the Veteran Disability Act. Can you imagine if they said Veteran Compensation Act? Nobody would vote for that. We're going to compensate? No, we're not doing that. Oh,
Yeah.
disabilities. Oh, yeah,
But we
people that
love our
have.
veterans and thank you
Yeah,
for your service.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
But yeah. Yeah, but
exactly.
we're not voting for that shit.
No, no. If you, yeah, okay. So this next tax cut that comes through, the big beautiful bill. Let's call it the Billionaire Compensation Act.
Right.
What? That's not going to pass. Like, come on.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, give poor people that don't want to work money act. That's why am I giving them money? You know, they're not going to do that. You know, but if you do the constituency disabilities act.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, people with disabilities. Yeah, we can do that. So I think that
And then we make being poor a disability.
yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. If you're unemployed, you're disabled.
Yeah.
That you have a disability because you're not employed. No, there's a lot of things that when we're looking at it from that perspective, I think that the words do matter. And just like when we were talking about up here in the, Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises. I mean, lay and collect, there is no, the only qualifier on laying and collecting taxes, duties, imposts, and excises is this right here. They can do it
Yeah.
for the purpose to pay debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States.
Hey,
I mean, if
so
you
going back to
go ahead.
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was
I'm
just going
going
to
to
say,
derail this a little bit.
if you can't think
I,
of something that encompasses common defense and general welfare, I mean, you're just an idiot because that
yeah.
covers.
I got to go back though, man. Like
Yeah,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, no. Go ahead.
so the the person who had the comedy special, "Am I a Retard?" Did she ever figure it out? Like
Oh, oh,
did
I have
she,
I have no idea. I don't. I think it was just they were attacking her on it.
no. I mean, like did she decide whether or not she was one? Like by the end of the special, like that's what I'm wondering.
I did not watch it.
Oh
I
man,
mean,
might have to
let's.
might have to check that out.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Now
okay.
I'm kind of curious. I want to know. Um. No.
Rosie Jones. Rosie Jones was the person. Rosie Jones. Let's see. As a British
Oh, and
documentary by the comedian about online hate speech against disabled people. Like literally, it was an online special about hate speech against disabled people, and she has cerebral palsy. There you go.
oh man, I love our society
Yeah.
sometimes.
The
Like the
documentary,
absurdity of it.
yeah, it received widespread criticism for it, with 3 disabled contributors withdrawing over it.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's yeah. There's a lot of controversy over the fact that she isn't she she isn't. I can't
Yeah.
even say it. I can't even
Yeah.
say the word.
So f her.
Because she has cerebral palsy and she doesn't have
Yeah.
a mental disability. It's
Right.
a physical disability. So obviously she's not. Even though people
Obviously.
call her that. What is she supposed to do? Say, hey, hey, I'm
Yeah.
not mentally disabled. I'm physically disabled. Get your words right.
Yeah. She's gonna
If you're gonna
correct
make
people
fun of
every
me,
time.
do it right.
Yeah. Do it in the politically correct manner, sir or ma'am.
Yeah, I think you've probably seen you probably know who Rosie is. You've probably seen her. Um, like
Yeah.
she's a pretty
Yeah.
good comedian. But yeah, she's it's just funny though. But anyways, I didn't
No.
mean to go off on that track, but it was
Yeah.
just about the
No.
way words are used.
So I also looked up capitalism because I felt like we were kind of butchering it. So Adam Smith wrote in the Wealth of Nations, he calls it the invisible hand. When individuals pursue their own self-interest within a system of voluntary exchanges of voluntary exchange and the rule of law, they unintentionally promote the good of society. Um, the but the problem is that Smith assumed moral norms, competition, not monopolies, enforceable contracts, and social trust.
So
Remove
many
those, and the invisible
assumptions.
hand flips you off and leaves.
It's so amazing how everybody assumes, oh yeah, this is great as long as
Yeah,
everybody plays by the rules and does what's best for
yeah.
everyone. What?
So
What?
it's really not anything different than what we're talking about in the Constitution. We're making assumptions that people are going to behave a certain way, and they just don't.
Well,
And so it doesn't work.
I see. See, I don't. Wait a second. Wait a second here. I don't believe that for 1 second because I know as a parent of kids that they always behave exactly the way you expect them to, and they never stray from that. I have
Right.
never seen a child act unexpectedly or for their own self interest. Not once
Never.
in my entire life of the three kids that I've had. So I don't understand why these other adults would think that people wouldn't do what's best for everyone. I can understand their thought process. Like, hey, if everybody behaves and does what they're supposed to do and does what's best for everybody, then this is a fantastic thing. So I agree with them. I agree with them. There's no reason to think that anybody would not do that because it doesn't happen anywhere else in society. And
Right.
if anybody can't sense the dripping sarcasm off of that, whatever God you pray to help you.
Well, yeah. And I mean, just the idea that human beings don't take existing ideas, iterate on them, recurse on them, and then extrapolate and and then change them to fit
You're
their own personal perspective. Like you're living in a dream world, like you said.
you're using a lot of big words.
I
I
know.
don't
I'm sorry.
know. We just lost like 5 viewers. So if you could keep the big words to a minimum, I would
Yeah.
appreciate it.
All right. I'm gonna knock that shit off. All right. I'm just gonna curse the whole
Apologize to
rest.
everyone right now.
I'm
Apologize, sir.
I'm fucking sorry. How's that? That dumb enough for you?
What were the words you used? Extrapolate and what? And
Yeah.
what?
Iterate.
Reiterate what?
Yeah. Sorry, I've been spending too much time in college. Like it's doing me dirty.
Oh gosh, man, we are so way off topic. Actually, we're not off topic. We're right on topic with what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
So, if we're talking about the powers of Congress from a perspective of, hey, we're going to trust that everybody plays by the rules and
Yeah.
does what they're supposed to, and
We're all gonna hold
thinks of
hands.
everybody else before
Yeah.
themselves.
We're gonna sing "Kumbaya," and it's gonna be so great. We're
It's
gonna
gonna be
have
so
such a
great,
good time. Everybody's
so
gonna be
great.
so happy.
And hey, if everybody doesn't, the public is obviously going to hold them accountable.
Exactly. Yes, we're
Yep.
gonna punish you
If not, if
like we have for the past 250 years.
wait a second, revolution. Wait a second, it's really easy. We're going to secede.
Yeah.
Screw you guys.
Yeah. I think people. I hear people talking at least as long as I've been alive about the state of Jefferson here in California, where Northern California is going to split off from Southern California.
Oh, because SoCal is the non-conservative version of California, right? And the
Yeah,
northern part.
it has. I mean, if you really think about it, Northern California really has a completely separate set of priorities than Southern California.
Yeah, I
Like
know.
as
It's
far as
hold
needs
all of
and
the water, so the Southern California can't have it. I know.
well, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean,
obviously.
we gotta get rid of those guys. Like, I mean,
Let
like,
them,
we
let
got
them
we
all
got
die of
we gotta kill them.
thirst.
Yeah, we gotta kill them somehow. You know,
We
fuck.
can't have any of our water. Ah, turn the faucet off. Close it up.
Right.
Okay. No, this is terrible. This is okay. So back to the
So we got-
Sears. Okay, Josh, we got a deep breath.
Okay,
Let's bring it
reel it
back
back
here.
in.
Okay. As we were talking, to regulate. No, we finished commerce on the last one. I'm pretty sure we did, right? We're not going to change any of that to regulate commerce with foreign nations among several states. I don't think like there was a bunch of to regulate, make regular. Like I don't like we went through all of this stuff last time, regulating commerce, and this went back to the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. You remember us talking about all that?
Yeah, I do.
Like
Yeah,
necessary to regulate commerce, to lay a fee, like the Affordable Care Act, like all of this stuff went through because of these because of these two, the lay and collect taxes, duty, imposts, and excises, and to regulate commerce. Like that is the Affordable Care Act. Like, how are you going to penalize people with a tax if they don't have insurance? How do you regulate it to make it fair across the board? Well, they created the what is it, the portal, the healthcare portal or whatever it is,
Mhm.
healthcare.gov,
Yeah.
which is which doesn't help
Amazing.
with the
Yeah.
cost of anything,
Right.
because the states have the ability to accept or not accept the funding, the subsidies. A state can say, nope, sorry, we don't want your subsidies, so our people are going to have to pay. Anyways,
So
um,
lucky.
so so regulating commerce, what is there? I don't know a better way to change that, and I don't think that any of the so so the conservative one adds to regulate the production and sale of goods and services in national markets. They added that. The libertarian one does a big change, because this is that whole the whole commerce. Remember, there was stuff about, you got a tree farm over in, on the border of Oregon and Washington, and he's selling his trees for 100, and then the guy on the other side of the state line is selling them for 75.
Right.
That whole thing. But general welfare should not be construed to refer to the specific welfare of any particular group or individual, and all duties and inputs shall be uniform throughout the United States. So general. This gets rid of all your farm subsidies.
Yeah,
Any
we talked
particular,
about that.
yeah, getting rid of all of that stuff to regulate commerce. Where was it here? Here it is. This is the one.
Well, yeah, and like you said, what it basically does is like the only thing that you can really get out of that is like a UBI or
Yeah,
some kind of
for
UBS.
everybody. Has to
Yeah.
be for everybody. But this is the commerce one. Shall not authorize regulation or prohibition of any non-commercial activity. This is the weed. This is the drugs. Non-commercial activity. You can't say whether or not I can smoke weed,
Yeah.
or any commercial activity that is confined within a single state, regardless of its effects outside the state. So this is so this is funny, and there's a reason why they put this thing after it. Any commercial activity that is confined within a single state, regardless of its effects outside that state. This gives the states the ability to, right, like if they want to grow pot, if they want to do whatever, the federal government can't come in and do anything about that. If the state, the commerce section, a state has autonomy. If it stays within the state, the federal government can't do crap about it, because if the state has legalized it, the federal government doesn't have the ability to come in and say, hey, you can't do that. But this is the good part here, and there's a reason why they did this, and this is because of things. Congress shall have the power to regulate harmful emissions between one state and another, regardless of its source. So if you have a plant that's putting toxic waste in the water, in the air, in whatever, the other several states around them, or the Congress can come in and say, hey, you can't do that. That's your EPA regulations. It's funny how, if you look at all the libertarian talking points, how they have to put things in here because of those exceptions. And the progressive Constitution doesn't do to regulate commerce with foreign and native nations and among the several states. They didn't do crap.
Right.
Progressives don't care. It's funny how the conservative and libertarians want more regulations.
Well, I mean, I think it kind of makes sense in my head though, because if you keep it vague and ambiguous, to a certain extent, you can do whatever you want,
Correct.
as long as you can get people to agree with you.
Correct. So, which is, conservatives and libertarians want less government, right?
Yeah,
So
and
they need to put more information. They need to put more guidelines, more rules in
more
here
constraints.
for what they can do, versus the
Um,
progressive government. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's move on from that because I don't think that there was anything that we wanted. Like we could adapt the libertarian one, give more power back to the states. I think that that's okay because that'll take care of this whole DEA weed thing. Like the government still hasn't legalized weed,
Yeah.
but you have states that say it's legal, and you can sell it, and you can buy it, and you can smoke it, you can eat it. But then other states you can't. So you have people that are going that are taking stuff, going into one state, buying it, and then going back to their state and using it. So, yeah,
Right. Yeah.
man.
So I think that, some adaptation for that. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Um,
So we'll have to. I think we do a mix of the conservative one here. Um, Promote commerce with foreign nations and to regulate. See, this is where I get to regulate the production and sale of goods and services in national markets.
yeah. That one makes me nervous because it's basically saying, hey, you can regulate the economy.
From a national perspective, just not a state
Yeah.
perspective.
Oh, okay. So maybe.
National markets. You're talking about national to regulate the production. Well, I mean, they can already do that to regulate and promote commerce among the several states. That
Yeah.
line just is more specific. Only in national markets, not in the states.
Yeah.
And then the libertarian one says you can't do anything about it. Just goes into more detail about you can't regulation or prohibition of any non-commercial activity. So I say we kind of do a mix between those two. I think I like that. This next one's going to be this next one. Are you ready for this next one, man?
I've been ready for this my whole life.
To establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. I don't think you're ready for this jelly, man.
You might be right.
Okay, let's see what the conservative. So to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. So this has to deal with, people being citizens
Hmm.
and what they need to, what needs to happen for them to become citizens. And then uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcy. It's interesting that they put rule of naturalization and bankruptcies on the same line. I mean, that seems weird.
Yeah. A bit odd. It seems like those two things don't go together.
Yeah, you would think. The progressive, let's just do this because I'm pretty sure that, hey, what do you know? They didn't change anything. Establish uniform rule of naturalization, uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcy in the United States. They didn't do anything. Let's go conservative because I know that the libertarian one's got some stuff in it. To establish uniform rules of naturalization and immigration. To enact uniform bankruptcy laws applicable to individuals, corporate, and other private entities, states, municipalities, provided, however, that no, good Lord, state or municipality within a state shall be subject to such bankruptcy laws without the consent of the legislature thereof. Wow. Okay.
That is a mouthful.
All right. So if I interpret this properly, uniform bankruptcy laws applicable to individuals, corporate, and other private entities, states, and municipalities, provided that no state or municipality within a state shall be subject to bankruptcy laws without the consent of the legislature thereof. So the legislature thereof. So a state or municipality within a state. How do you have a state within a state? Help me understand this. No. That no state or municipality within a state How's that work? Maybe I'm maybe I'm missing something here.
Hmm. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to clarify for some other thing that they're trying to do, like a state. Maybe they mean like a county or uh, a municipality.
Extending bankruptcy protection on a voluntary basis to states. Okay, so the state has the right to protect a company. Okay, I'm so confused in that one. All right, let's see what shall be subject to bankruptcy laws without the consent of the. So essentially, the state has the ability to make their own bankruptcy laws, and they can't. A municipality or state can't be subject to bankruptcy laws of the country without the consent of the state. Okay.
Wonder what that's all about. Hold on one second. I gotta grab some water.
Yeah, go ahead. We gotta. This is gonna be. Man, this stuff is great. While we're waiting for him, we can put some information here about the. Okay, so then. So we want to take the libertarian one. Um, so we want to take this and add it to national markets. So it eliminates them from having the ability to do state markets. So giving rights back to the states themselves, which is understandable. So I think from a conservative and from a libertarian perspective, we're going to see a lot of states' rights, a lot of that type of stuff,
Yeah, where they're trying to explicitly give powers to the states because
or
nobody.
not even give powers to the states, but prevent the government from telling the states what to do.
Yeah,
If it only
because
you're making mini countries.
yeah, because I mean, at this point, I think the 10th Amendment just gets completely ignored. I don't even think courts look at it at this point as being a guiding principle.
10th Amendment.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one.
right. Yeah, the one that says like any powers not included in here are reserved for the states.
You mean Section 10?
No. I mean, our
The 10th
the
Amendment
Bill of Rights.
says that the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, the
Where's that happening?
yeah the 10th Amendment is. I could be butchering this, but it basically says all powers not included in the given to the federal government um, in the Constitution are reserved for the states
Or the people.
or
Powers
the
not,
people.
yeah, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
And again, I don't even think that is. I, I don't think the 10th Amendment is even a consideration anymore when it comes to mediating court court proceedings.
I don't think the Ninth Amendment is very much looked at either. The enumeration of the constitutions of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others. retained by the people. Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm. Hmm. We're not to that yet, though.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, putting stuff in there specifically for that language, it's interesting that they do that just in the sense of, okay, well, that's it should already be covered in the 10th Amendment of the Bill of Rights, but
Well, you do realize that this one right here, to regulate commerce with foreign nations among the several states with any is what was used
yeah,
to outlaw slavery, right? The trading,
I mean, it makes sense.
the buying and selling of people, commerce.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, so the way it works is in the libertarian one, hey, non-commercial activity or any commercial activity that's confined within a single state, regardless of its effects outside the state. So, the state itself, if the state wants to have slavery, they're allowed to because it's in the state. It doesn't have
We're bringing
effects
it back,
outside the
baby.
state. Yeah, let's bring back the. This is one of those things like, well, hey, we're not going to do that because people know better, right?
Well, yeah, it goes back to the virtue thing that we were talking about.
All the virtue, we have it
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. That you hope that people will be like, um,
That's
hey,
wrong.
I don't
We
think
shouldn't.
owning another human being is a requisite good.
No, but it's only within our state, so it's fine.
Yeah, right. I mean, just like you would hope
So
that the executive branch wouldn't use a federal agency like the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement and send them to Home Depot to round up people that are just trying to make just trying to feed their families. You would hope.
you're making it really hard for me to not make comments like, but they're the worst of people. They're obviously drug dealers, gangbangers, and horrible people to have here.
Obviously, yeah. You're right, man. I hadn't looked at it from that perspective. My apologies.
You got them glasses on, them rose
Yeah,
colored ones.
I guess I must.
Yeah. Um. So that's the only problem with this stuff is if you take away this is the big one here. You take away the right of the government to say whether a state can do something within their own state. And this would be my argument to that. Does a city within a state or a village or whatever have the right to do whatever they want to do within the state as long as it's or within their city as long as it doesn't leave the city?
Um, Within reason.
Does a person have the ability to do whatever they want to do on their property as long as it doesn't leave their property?
No.
But
Uh,
that's what this says.
yeah, I know. I don't think this is a good
Well, no,
idea.
I'm sorry. This is just commercial activity. So as
Yeah.
long as I do my commercial activity on my property, you can't
Well,
tell me what to do.
yeah, and it really comes down to the definition of commercial. What are the commercial activity, right? How do we
Commercial
define?
activity. We saw like that's been used for
Right.
healthcare, that's been used for
Yep.
slavery, that's been like yeah,
Right.
hey, as long as
Yeah.
I grow the weed, process the weed, and sell the weed on my property, you can't do anything to me because it's my property and I am my own individual being, and you can't do that no matter what because this is my property. That's essentially what this is saying, but on the state level. So what I have a problem with is, well, if you're saying that the overarching government can't say what a state can do within their state, then the state should not be able to say what a city can do within their city or a
Yeah.
person can do within their property.
Yeah. You should be
Same
able to
thing,
extrapolate that down to the lowest possible
all
level.
the way.
Yeah.
So essentially, you shouldn't be able to create laws that say what a person does on their property. Period. So as long as I drag that guy onto my property and then shoot him, it was a commercial activity. I was paid to kill him,
Sure.
so it was on my
I mean,
property.
other than kidnapping him to get him on your property, I suppose.
Oh, did I? No,
Yeah,
no, he fell.
yeah.
Are you going to prove different?
I- maybe, maybe not.
He came here willingly, and
Yeah,
then I was
invited
paid
him over.
to shoot him.
I invited him to his death.
So that's commercial activity, right? It was on my
Yeah,
property.
no, no. I hear what you're saying. I don't think this is a good idea.
All right, let's move on. That helps
Yeah.
clarify a few things. Gotta love it. What are we on now? The next one. Oh, rule of naturalization. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right. This is fantastic because this is what I would expect of a libertarian. To establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. Okay? And this is funny because they don't say anything about bankruptcies. Provided that this shall not be construed to authorize legislation prohibiting the entry into the United States of any person entering for peaceful, non criminal reasons and who is not suffering a contagious disease.
It's interesting how the
So
like current politics has uh, sort of bled its way into their wording of this.
they had measles. We had to kill him.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But wait a second. What if you're not suffering a contagious? Okay, so wait a second. Is Here we go. Contagious disease. Tell me what that is.
right.
Is influenza a contagious disease? No, that's a virus, right? Is a virus a disease?
I mean, I guess it really comes down to the definition of disease, right?
Well, I mean, is
Words
an
are so
ST,
much fun.
is an STD contagious disease?
Yeah, technically.
Okay. So before we have people coming in, we got to get them blood work done, right?
Sounds that way, at the very least.
I mean, well, we need to know. We need to do a full workup, right?
Yeah.
On our
So
dime or their dime.
yeah, good question. So
And where do we do
the
this?
technical yeah, the technical definition of disease is a condition that impairs normal biological function as an identifiable pattern or signs and or symptoms and is not primarily the result of direct physical injury. That's
Okay.
a that's a pretty wide lane.
Well, I'm completely leaving out the peaceful non-criminal reasons. Okay, we're just focusing on the contagious disease. Okay, so how do you know if they have a contagious disease? Well, they got to
Yeah,
get
you
tested for all the contagious diseases, right?
yeah, or you could do it based off of symptoms technically.
Um,
I
Symptoms,
mean, how would you, cuz there's not a blood
fever.
test for,
Let,
you know,
hey, do you got a fever? No. Okay, you don't have any contagious diseases.
yeah. I mean, there's more than one symptom, but of a disease. But okay,
I'm I'm
I
I'm
feel like
just I'm
I
I'm
feel
just
like you're
asking. Like
oversimplifying.
we did that with COVID, right? Oh, let's check your temperature. Okay, you don't have a fever. You're all right. Get your mask and go stand in the corner. I,
Facing the wall.
I here let me do a nose swab real quick. It'll be 3 to 6 hours, and I'll let you know if you can come in. You know what I'm saying? Like contagious
Yeah.
disease. Like, are we gonna pay the money to set up the infrastructure for
The thing I'm wondering, like
for
with the
all the people
libertarian
coming into the country?
it is like the thing I'm wondering with this one is this even worth discussing? Like, is this really something that we'd want to add or put in? Like,
No.
I don't, yeah, I don't think that this is like.
We're
I'm
talking
looking at it
about,
and be like,
yeah. But the
this
thing
is
is like,
ridiculous.
but you have to. This is the part that the fact that they put this together, they had a thought process. They put this on paper and said that this is a libertarian. Like you're talking about lawyers, scholars putting this on paper saying that this is what we would want, the libertarian constitution.
Yeah. I'm
Construed
just
to authorize who is not suffering a contagious disease. Okay, so if you're putting it in our constitution saying that the people that come in cannot be suffering a contagious disease, oh well, we're going to trust in the virtue of it. We're not going to set up medical things at all of the airports, at all of the ports, at all of the places that you can come into this country. That we're going to have to test all of the people coming in to make sure that they don't have a contagious disease, and if they do have a contagious disease, we're going to send them away.
yeah.
So you're telling me somebody that flies over to who knows where, does some questionable things with some people in Thailand, and then comes back with a certain contagious thing. Oh, well, you can't come into the country, but I'm a citizen. The Constitution says get the GTFO. Sorry about your luck, bud.
Is that naturalization though? Like, I mean, if you
This
if
is
you
this is
leave,
immigration. This is
yeah.
immigration, which
So,
I
but
find
like if you
funny.
leave it, but if you leave and you're a U.S. citizen and you come back, you're not renaturalizing. You're not immigrating, are you? Like
No, no,
I
no, no. Establish uniform rule of naturalization, uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcy to the United, provided that this shall not be construed to authorize legislation prohibiting entry into the United States of any person entering for peaceful, non-criminal, and who is not suffering a contagious disease. It doesn't say anything about immigration. Like this is okay, this is what we're talking about right now, okay? If we're talking about somebody that is taking the words that are put into documents saying that they have unilateral power to go to send people to send our military to another country because somebody is they need to be tried for stuff. You think that they are not going to use this and say, hey, anybody that has a contagious disease can't come in. There is nothing in here that says that this is only
I get what you're
for
saying.
naturalization, that this is
Yeah.
only for immigration, and that we are only going to do that for this purpose.
Yeah, I get, okay. Yeah,
This,
I understand what you're saying now.
thi-
I thought I was putting it specifically within the language and
well, that's
the
because
idea.
you're a virtuous person, there, Mister Josh.
Mm.
You need to think about this like think about this in the ways that our former coworker Jacob would think about this.
Our little dictator.
Yes. Which type
The
of
man.
leather outfit would the people that are running the contagious disease testing department wear? They would be wearing white leather. What? With little red lines,
my,
red gloves, white leather, red leather
yeah,
gloves.
my brother who I love so much, yet never asked the question, should I be doing this? Only ask, can I do it?
Yes, correct, correct. Well, no, and no, I don't even know that he asked, "Can I?"
Yeah. Like,
I'm going to. It was.
right.
I'm pretty sure that was his first words.
Yeah.
If
This is
if I
happening.
was this,
Like,
I am going to. Not can I. I am going to do this. Yeah. God, I should tell him to watch.
yeah, for
Anyways,
sure.
no, but and this is the problem where we talk about words matter, right? We
Yeah.
have this conversation. We're putting these words down, and you talk about virtue and ambiguity. It's really easy. Hey, establish a uniform rule of naturalization, uniform laws are subject to bankruptcies throughout the United States. We hope virtuous people are the ones making these laws. We hope that people will be held accountable for making these laws to where we don't have to put, hey, you can't put something in place that infringes on people's rights, whether they are a citizen, non-citizen, or a citizen of another country. It doesn't matter. You can't infringe on their basic human rights,
Right.
which is something
These
that
are
is happening now.
right. Yeah, because these rights, they like you said, they're human rights.
Correct.
They're not citizenship rights. At least I don't see them that way.
Well, again, being
Right.
a virtuous person.
Yeah.
Anyways, so that's where I have a problem with stuff like this. When you're putting qualifiers on certain things, especially when it has to deal with what people can do and what they can't do, I think you put, like when we're talking, you can borrow money up to a certain extent. That
Yeah.
doesn't, that is not putting a quote unquote, it's not putting a qualifier on what a person can do. It's putting a qualifier on what the government can do,
Yeah.
right? And the fact that you're putting this on what the government can do to specific people, that's where you kind of get into a thing. Because the government is about, we talked about this. How do we put this? The government is supposed to be for all of the people. It's supposed to protect the people and provide for the general welfare of the people, not to regulate the people, right? The individual person. Yes, they should regulate businesses to an extent of to where they don't harm the people, right? That is it's a government for the people by the people, right? It's not a government for the businesses by the businesses. It's not a government for the states by the states. It is a government for the people by the people, from my understanding, right? Am I wrong in this?
I believe it's mentioned in a couple of documents here and there. Yeah.
Is it the declarations?
I believe that is the
Declaration of
no,
Independence?
no. I think the Constitution is for the people by the people. Let me check.
I don't think it is.
All right.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, for the people, by the people. I believe it's in the Declaration of Independence. I could be wrong. Read transcript.
Yeah, you're. I think you're right.
When it comes to yeah, well, hey, what was it? The libertarian or the conservative one that put that in the in the the preface? Remember we talked about that?
Yeah.
It was a conservative one.
Yeah. According to chat, it was in Abraham's Gettysburg Address.
Gettysburg Address. That's
Abraham
what it
Lincoln.
was. Yeah.
Government of the people, by the people, and for the people,
Correct.
shall not perish from the earth. Those are interesting words. You know.
Yeah, but if you that's what the Gettysburg Address, the Declaration of Independence that was in that the conservatives put in, all men are created equal, they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit, that these security governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Whenever any form of it becomes destructive of these ends, it's the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute a new government. And you notice what they don't say in this. It's not the right of the business. It's not the right of the state. It's not the right of the conglomerate. It's not the right of, it's the right of the people. I think that so when we're talking about all of this stuff and the powers of Congress, it should be for the betterment of the people, not businesses, not states, not anything else, but the people. And then this is where you get into the what is it, Citizens United?
Mm-hmm.
Well, businesses are people. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. The people are people.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a tangent, though. Like it's interesting to me that this was Abraham Lincoln's basically his framing or his interpretation of the Constitution, where he was saying that the government of the people, by the people, for the people, but there was a bunch of people saying the exact opposite. And the thing that you had up there, where the people have, if they don't like what the government's doing, they have the right to abolish it and create a new one, which is what the Confederates were trying to do. And so it's like, and from a moral perspective, I think I think the right side, obviously, I think the right side won out on that one. But it's also like, okay, well, he just trampled a bunch of people's rights, technically, that wanted to continue to own slaves.
Yes.
And there, I'm trying to think of exactly where I don't know. I find the whole situation interesting because you have two groups of people that are basically saying the exact same thing and trying to use that to justify war and justify their actions.
So who's the
And
more virtuous of the group?
right, yeah, and I think Lincoln had the moral high ground overall.
Oh yeah,
Um,
without a doubt.
but um, it's still, I guess, a question in my mind is, okay, well, was that right? Was that,
Oh,
and I
okay.
don't know if I don't know if it is right or wrong or whatever, but it's, I don't know. It's
Well,
just a
my
interesting
question
little
is,
thought experiment I'm having.
okay. Here, let me see if I can help you with that.
All right,
Was it
you got it.
the people that were trying to create a new government, or was it the states, or was it the businesses? Who was trying to create the new government?
Well, I think it was the people in power and the people that didn't want to lose their um, free labor. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's people with money.
So I think that, and that's where the point of what what Lincoln was trying to say: for the people, by the people, of the people, all the people,
Yeah.
not just a few people, all of the people, and that all of the people should have representation in that, not just some of the people, all of the people. And I,
Yeah.
I, I think that that is where there's still places that have slavery. There's still countries that have slavery. It still goes on. Even in this country, it still occurs.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's human trafficking right now is rampant.
All the time. I mean, I could, we could say stuff about the current president and all that stuff as well. But it's not just him. It is rampant among a certain demographic of people. I'm not going to say what that demographic is, but it's usually the people with
Yeah.
sounds
Resource,
familiar.
resources.
It sounds familiar, like we've done this before, where there are people with certain resources that are taking advantage of another group of people, and then we had a civil war over those people having the right and having the ability to live freely versus being in the servitude and or I you know
Yeah. It does
it's
seem
really
a little
weird.
bit familiar. Yeah.
Anyways, so
Anywho.
if we're talking about from that spec, you have people of a certain demographic that are trying to hold on to their rights as a person with these resources to be able to do whatever they want to do and to not have any repercussions for it. And that is where this should come back in from a constitutional perspective of no, you don't get that right because you are infringing on other people's rights.
Yeah.
You are taking away someone else's rights and you don't have the ability to do that because everybody has their natural human rights.
Yeah.
And you should, you know, you should be held accountable for that.
Yeah. And I think that's the basis of the Constitution. What it's about is that, And I think this is a libertarian idea. Is the idea I can do whatever I want as long as I'm not infringing on someone else's rights, on their human rights.
Yes, to an
And I,
extent.
I know I'm I know I'm oversimplifying. I just
Yeah. Yeah. No, no, but that's what the libertarian that's what the quote unquote libertarian rules are is you shouldn't be able to regulate what I do as long as it doesn't affect anybody else, which I agree with totally to a certain extent. Because then it comes into libertarian goes into the whole, hey, I own property, I can do whatever I want on my property. No, you actually can't do whatever you want on your property. There are things that you can't. Well, as long as I'm not hurting anybody else, okay. Well, the question is, do we stop you from doing that, or do we wait until you've already done it and then punish you? That's the big thing. Do we and this goes oh, here we go, Josh. I'm bringing it back around. You ready?
let's do it.
From an IT perspective, would you rather go in when a place is on fire and put out the fire, or would you rather go in before the fire occurs and put things in place to stop the fire from happening?
You're asking the wrong guy that question because I like the chaos, man.
I, I like I like the money that I
Yeah,
make
that too. Yeah,
from these people creating these fires. And I'm sure that the
yeah.
lawyers do and everything. But the unfortunate part is when you're on the other side of that and you're the one that's in the fire getting burnt.
Yeah. If you're the business that's losing money and the people that end up and you see the people that get hurt within those fires, like yeah, like I said, it's fun for me to clean all that up and to be the superhero and put out the fire, and I enjoy all that. But when you look at the hurt that it causes, yes, I would much rather prevent the fire than clean up the damage after.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that's one of the things that are we being proactive or reactive?
Yeah.
Are we going to wait until there's hundreds of thousands, if not more, people dying and suffering before we do something? Or are we going to do something to prevent that from happening? Are we going to stop? Are we going to put things in place to where the company's not allowed to poison the groundwater and give all these people cancer and all of this stuff? So then they have to go to our medical, infrastructure and completely obliterate, cost and prices of everything because now they have to be taken care of and go through all this stuff because this one company decided that, oh, hey, we can just, what's this here? Oh, it's just water, we're going to put it back into the ground. Oh, never mind the
Yeah,
fact
we
that
didn't we
it's,
didn't put anything in that water. We
yeah,
swear. Like,
it's just cooling our thing down. There's nothing in it.
yeah,
You're not testing it. Why do we need to test it? It didn't do anything.
yeah,
we
it's just
just
water.
we just run it.
H2O, H2O.
It sits in this lead tank to cool things down in this lead tank and then goes through these lead pipes into this thing where it then we put it back in the ground so people can drink it. It's no big deal.
Yeah, yeah, it's fine.
It's
Don't worry
fine.
about it. Yeah, nothing to see here.
Oh, then we run it through some asbestos filters to make sure we get all
Right.
the stuff out. When's the last time you changed those filters? Oh, they don't need changed. Asbestos lasts forever. Okay. But no.
Asbestos is like herpes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But no, it's those types of things to where, and then you have people saying, well, hey, the EPA, I got to adhere to all these rules. I can't, my business doesn't make enough money in order to be able to put all of these things in place. Well, maybe your business shouldn't be in business.
You might need to find a new business model.
And those types of things. Oh, well, you're hindering, advancement and creativity. DuPont should be able to, dump whatever they want, wherever they want, however they want, and let them innovate. I mean, if we didn't have DuPont, we wouldn't have plastic. We wouldn't have, whatever. We wouldn't have all kinds of stuff if DuPont didn't do what they wanted to. Yeah, and screw the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people that are dying of all different kinds of diseases and cancer and all that. Screw them, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, and yeah. I don't
Hey,
need to go into it, but yeah, just the idea that the cancer and all these other things, the levels of it have skyrocketed, and you can sit there and argue about whether uh, the way that the way that we've changed society, or the stuff that we put in place has caused it, or because people are living longer and cancer is just um, a
so
natural thing that happens in the body or whatever like that. But yeah,
look,
I mean,
it's just the price of progress.
yeah,
We
exactly.
just got to
Yeah.
kill a few mil.
Yeah,
That's
right.
a big
I
deal.
mean, dude, I love my Teflon frying pan, but I also know that I'm eating like
Even
when I
Teflon.
cook with it, yeah, I eat some Teflon, like, and that's probably not the greatest thing for me.
My
Like,
body's used to it by now. It's
yeah,
fine.
right.
I got all that
It builds
Teflon.
up an
You know,
immunity.
my intestines got so much Teflon in it. Shit slides right through.
Right. It's, it's good for the
Teflon
GI
coated
tract.
intestines, man. What are you talking about? We're
Yeah,
good
man.
here.
That just goes right through me.
You wouldn't believe how fast. Slides right on through.
Stupid.
Terrible. All right. So, oh man. I don't okay. So we're not gonna do this thing putting these okay. So for the uniform rule of naturalization, and this is okay, where was it? So this doesn't have anything about naturalization in it because didn't they didn't the conservative one put like a whole naturalization
I
section
think
in
there's
here?
they
I
yeah, they
thought that
broke
they
out a
did.
separate section.
I know that there's all kinds of stuff about money in here. I know that. Um, but so I don't see naturalization and immigration. I don't see a reason to put any type of guardrails on that. Um, I think that when we're talking from that standpoint, if you look at where we are now from an immigration and naturalization, the only safeguard that I think can be done is something about the revocation. Citizen
Revocation.
the revocation of naturalization, the revocation of giving someone citizenship.
I hate the way you say stuff sometimes. Like I'm like revocation. I like it's
Revocation.
yeah.
Revocation. Is it re or rev? The
I
revocation?
You're not saying it wrong, man. It just threw me off. Like I was like,
You're
what the
welcome.
fuck is revocation?
Revocation. What are we doing here? What? So no, if to prevent the revocation, the
I'm,
you,
I'm really not busting your balls, dude. You did not say it wrong. Like I mean, the misinterpretation was on my end.
no, it's funny because the Ricky Gervais, you should have heard him say controversy,
Of course, he did.
controversy. The what?
Controversy.
Controversy. Yes. Anyways, but yeah, because that's a thing now. Is they're talking about revoking citizenship. People that have citizenship taking it away because of oh well we want to. They didn't have the right to anyways because they were a criminal or they were whatever. Or they came here illegally anyways, and that shouldn't have.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
We
I agree with you.
we
There shouldn't be any recourse. Like once somebody's a citizen, man, that's it. It's a done deal. There's no revocation. There's no deportation for uh,
how do you
like
deport a citizen?
oh
Oh well,
well
they got a misdemeanor for They got a car accident. They got a DUI.
No, I'm more thinking of the along the lines of, oh well, they disagreed with me politically, so I deported them.
Oh no, no, I get that part, but I'm just saying, oh well, they have a thing here. They got caught smoking weed.
Yeah, so let's send them to El Salvador.
Yep. Um, I'm thinking that. I mean, it's something about the.
I mean, but then again, this all goes back to like the lack of virtue. Like if you had told me I mean, if you told me 2 years ago that the current executive administration would try to revoke people's citizenship and deport them, I would have told you you're out of your effing mind.
Yep.
Like nobody's gonna try to do that. Like there's too many people in in place that would never let that happen. But yeah, here we
We are.
are, and we're talking about it, and it's it's absolutely insane to me that
Well,
you can take the ambiguity that's going on in the Constitution and have a complete lack of care and compassion for people that are that are doing this stuff. I yeah, and that
you miss.
nobody is willing to stand up and say you've lost your damn mind. Like I'm not going to let you do this.
So here's the problem: is you think that this is because of the ambiguity of the Constitution. It has nothing to do with the ambiguity of the Constitution because the Constitution, in no way, shape, or form, gives the ability to do this. What it is it's a misuse of power, saying that they are protecting the citizenship, that they have the right to do whatever they want in order to protect the citizenship. There is nothing in the Constitution that says that there is a unilateral ability of someone to do whatever they want to do in order to protect the citizenship. Does not.
Fair enough,
No.
but there, but there's enough ambiguity. What I'm trying to say is there's enough ambiguity within the Constitution to allow them to move this way, to
I don't.
because there's nothing specifically saying that they can't.
No, okay, I agree with that. There's nothing that's saying, and this is the fun part about the Constitution. There isn't saying, there is a lot of stuff in here that says that there's a lot of stuff that is not covered in the Constitution. There's a lot of stuff that is not, that says, there's nothing that says that you can't do this stuff. Again, the whole virtue thing. But what they're going off of is not the Constitution, but one of the acts that was done later by Congress. They're basing all of this under. It's the I can't remember which one it is, but all of this excessive power and excessive force that's being used is all under that I want to say it's the Hatch
I think it's
Act or the.
I thought it was the Emergency Powers Act.
Was it the Emergency Powers Act?
It, I it might I know that's been what's been used in the past for some of this stuff.
Legislative leaders, special authority during crisis, which unlocks over seizing assets, regulating when a president declares a national emergency. National emergency has not been declared.
I thought they declared a national emergency over the immigration thing.
Oh,
I'll check. I you keep going with the Hatch Act thing. I'll check on the.
okay. It might not be. No, it's not the Hatch. Okay, sorry. That is the political activities of federal. Sorry, that's the wrong one. It's there's two of them. There was the initial one that gave. Is it the War Powers Resolution? The War Powers Resolution is the one that's being violated. Okay.
Yeah. So on January 20th through the 29th, 2025, President Donald Trump declared a national emergency at the southern U.S. border, citing what the administration described as an invasion due to the unauthorized migration and related issue. This was done via Presidential Proclamation 10886 under the National Emergencies Act.
Okay. So that's you look like you got more coming.
Do you want more?
No, I'm saying you look like you had more information that you were
No. That's pretty well. I'm reading and trying to process at the same time, so that's
okay.
probably why.
Yeah. So the what with the whole thing that happened in Venezuela is they're saying that it was a violation of the War Powers Resolution of 1973, the thing that was passed in response to the Vietnam War. The president must notify Congress within 48 hours of introducing U.S. armed forces into hostilities or imminent hostilities. Consult with Congress before introducing form, and there's forces must be removed within 60 days unless Congress declares war. Okay, but I think that this reaffirms. But I think that this is the problem with that is I don't. We're not quote unquote leaving people there. We went in, took someone, and left. So there's nothing that says we can't use military force to do that. Because they haven't declared war. They literally just went in and took someone and brought them back.
So we invaded someone else's sovereign soil, took one of their citizens, or was it one of?
No, it was the president.
Oh,
we took their president.
I haven't been watching the news.
No,
well, that's fun.
Yeah,
that like
Venezuela.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. That we should be doing that.
You know why? Do you know why?
No.
To bring him back to New York for trial for narco-terrorism. We went and captured a foreign country's president to bring him back to New York to stand trial for narco-terrorism.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like
a military? Yes, we took our military to Venezuela, landed on Venezuela, went to where the president was. Took the president of Venezuela, took him out of the country with our military, and then took him to New York. Through there's pictures of him on the Iwo Jima, the USS Iwo Jima, and then he went to Guantanamo Bay and then flew in a helicopter or plane or whatever up to New York, and he is now being held in New York at a DEA facility, I believe.
So that he can be prosecuted under U.S. law.
Correct.
Cool. What are we doing here, man? Like,
what are you talking about? You're former military. You understand this stuff. You understand this stuff. So, yes, so we can go in and kidnap a president of a foreign country and then bring him back to the United States to stand trial. Yes, that is the precedent that has just been set.
And that the executive branch authorized this action. Like
who else?
What are you
talking about? The president. Get this: the president was tweeting pictures of this person in custody.
Bro, I can't, man. Like I'm out. Like what?
I really wish I would have recorded our conversations that we had before this election about how you supported a certain candidate for presidency.
Whoa. You need to slow your roll there, buddy.
I'm sorry. Did I touch a nerve there? No. Anyways.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, that's what happened over the weekend, by the way. Happened Friday into Saturday. Anyways.
Is there like what are we looking at from a political outrage perspective?
Oh,
Like,
I
are
have. I'm staying out of it.
okay?
I just kind of want
Yeah,
to
fair.
know what happened, and then whatever comes out of it is, you know, like I said, we've set the precedence to where, and this is the whole war power resolutions thing. Like we didn't declare war on them. Like they're, and we're not leaving quote unquote troops there. We're not occupying them. We just went in and took their president and brought him back. You know, a little bit of kidnapping.
Yeah, just a skosh of kidnapping.
Just a
Like,
little bit of military activity. Hey, we're
well,
gonna blow up a couple of your boats.
and not to mention that I'm sure that there's some sort of political coup going on within that.
Oh, I'm. That's. Don't you remember the other candidate that was running had gotten the Nobel Peace Prize? I believe that she is a fascist. I believe she's the one that was praising our current president, saying, "Hey, he's doing a great job. He's fantastic. You know, we should try to be more like him." Yeah. Anyways,
Are we talking about Kamala Harris? Oh, I'm talking about
no,
the president before that.
the one that was running against him in Venezuela, the
Oh,
lady running against him in Venezuela got the Nobel Peace Prize and was the one that was advocating for essentially the same type of stuff um, that Trump was doing.
ah,
Yeah. Anyways,
what? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let's get back on track.
yes, back on track.
Yeah,
Sorry, I try
I'll do
not
that.
to. I don't want to
Yeah,
bring this stuff in here, but
yeah, no. I like I kind of don't want to spend my own personal time figuring it out because I thought about it. I was like, well, now I want to go figure out what's going on here, but at the same time, it's like I don't
yeah,
need this bullshit in my life.
yeah. No, I just need to. I just need to understand what's happening, like what has happened.
Yeah.
I try not to get into the, oh, well, is it good? Is it bad? Is it whatever?
Yeah.
Like, no, this is
Oh,
what
it's
happened.
bad. Like I don't like. I'm sorry, man. Like you cannot tell me that us
Oh, no,
going
wait,
into another
wait,
sovereign nation
wait,
and
wait, wait,
extracting.
wait.
Tell me what's good about this. Like pick
You want to
something
know what?
inside of what you just
You,
explained to me
you know
and
what's
tell me
good?
something good about
You ready? You ready for this?
it. Yeah.
Certain other country, their president said, well, hey, if the U.S. has the ability to go into another country and take somebody's dictator and bring them back for trial, I mean, it only makes sense if they go into this other country that may or may not be trying to take our land from us and take their dictator and bring them back to the U.S. for. Well, he didn't say that. He's like, I mean, the only next logical step is to. Oh, by the way, that was the president of Ukraine. I'm sorry, did I? Hey, you know what? I mean, why we'll just
Oh,
do we'll do Russia, we'll do China, we'll do where else do
North
we have
Korea.
Korea, North Korea? Yeah, we'll do them all. Hey, just
Yeah.
go and get them and bring them all back to the U.S. I mean, come on, we'll just have a big party.
Um, I just had a flashback to that that Trey Parker Matt Stone movie, Team America World Police.
Oh my gosh, Lord. Anyways, okay.
America.
So naturalization.
Yeah, right. Hey, we just naturalized another citizen.
There you
Like
go. I mean,
we we
bring him
just,
on
we just
back.
got the president of Venezuela on board.
Hey, don't worry. We'll pardon him. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
We'll fast track his citizenship.
Well, we have to fast track it so that we can try him in a court of U.S. law.
No,
That he's not subject to as he's not a citizen. But sure, why not?
no, that's not how that works. Come on,
Yeah.
we can try whoever we want.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Apparently, we can.
If you break U.S. laws, we will bring your ass here and we will try you for it.
I just thought of that example that you just used a little bit ago, where you said like he fell on my land and and I didn't kidnap him. Like
He was here. I don't know
yeah,
what you think.
yeah.
I just took care of it. He's on my land. I mean, come on.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That is so fucking wild, man. Like, anyways, let's go back to naturalization.
Again, like I was saying, I don't want to get into good, bad, but it's setting a precedent. Like the fact that that was capable of being done, and there was no, there wasn't any authorization from um, any branch of government. It was just done. There was no asking. There was no whatever. The
I
president
don't.
being the commander in chief, and then also having the quote unquote authority to protect the United States, used that thought process.
Well, it's for me. It's not capability is the wrong word.
Yeah,
It's the because we've like as a military power and the most powerful nation on earth, and you can argue that one way or the other,
yeah,
but
yeah.
we've always had the capability to do things like that,
Oh
but
yeah. You just don't do
but
it.
nobody's acted upon it
Yep.
because the idea of violating another sovereign nation's space and
Oh yeah.
taking their ruler and
Yep.
then trying them in our own court. Like we didn't even do that when we tried the Nazis. We did it in a world court.
Yep.
Like so,
Well, it's narco. It's for narco terrorism, of
but those are
sending
our laws. The
drugs to the
not his.
no, I know, but sending drugs to the US because he is a leader, quote unquote, of a cartel. I don't know the truth behind this, but he is
Yeah.
the quote unquote leader of a cartel, and he is sending drugs to the US. So it is, we are bringing him here to try him. So
Okay. Naturalization.
naturalization. So uniform role. I don't think we need to change a uniform role of naturalization. I don't think, like I said, the only thing that I think we need to put into that is something about revocation, Uh, revocation
Revocation.
of citizenship. That's the only thing I think we need to cover. When is appropriate. Like I think that there's time. There's even probably something about holding multiple citizenships that you're not
Yeah.
allowed to, or you have to renounce, or something of that nature. I
I think
think that there's already
I
laws on
think
the book
U.S.
about that.
citizenship is like that. Like you can't hold dual citizenship. I could be wrong.
No, you can. Whoops.
Oh, you
Whoops.
can?
Capitals. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, you can. Because if you have one parent that is a U.S. citizen and one parent that is like a UK citizen, you can hold dual citizenships. A lot of people do that
Yeah. Okay.
because I think what I
Yeah. It says a U.S. citizen can become a citizen of another country.
another country. Yes. I don't know if you can come here, become a citizen, and still hold your citizenship for another country. I think you have to renounce. But if you're already a U.S.
Yeah.
citizen, I think you can get another citizenship from another country if the other country allows it.
Yeah. It says the U.S. does not require you to give up U.S. citizenship in these cases unless you explicitly renounce it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you can hold dual citizenship if you for pretty much anywhere if you want to. Because I know a lot of expats do that. Like a lot of expats, they'll go to another country to live out their retirement or live out their whatever. They'll get citizenship there and hold their U.S. citizenship as well. So, but we're talking about naturalization. So you're talking about, and we can. I think this is something to where we'll take after we get through the Constitution. This is something we're going to have to dive deep into. Like as far as like what laws are on the books, what does it look like from a perspective of how this does the naturalization? Are there different laws in different states? Is it a whole? Is it a U.S. thing? All that we can look into that. But for now, I think we leave it as it is. Hey, we're moving on. Bankruptcies. I think that that's fine. I don't understand the conservative one No state or municipality within a state should be subject to bankruptcy laws without the consent of the legislature. I understand that that's giving power to the states. It says, hey, the U.S. law can't come in and supersede state law when it comes to bankruptcies. Eh, I mean,
Yeah.
That's just a way for businesses to skirt national law, right?
Right.
You just incorporate in a state that has the best bankruptcy laws, that has the best bankruptcy protection, and then you just do with that, right?
Yeah. Kind of the same way that you can incorporate in any state
In
when it
any
comes to.
exactly. So I don't know. Do you think that that's necessary? I don't know that I like that. I think from a business perspective. Don't get
I
me
think it just
wrong.
creates another loophole.
Yeah, that's my whole thing when it comes to business. And again, I might get a lot of flack for this. Businesses are not people. And I understand that the whole business, business incorporation in the different areas, like the federal government doesn't. It should be for the benefit of the people. I don't know how much business bankruptcies or state municipality bankruptcies should be regulated by the federal government. I don't know, like if there's, I don't know if that matters. Individual versus business versus city state. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Not particularly. I think it just needs to go. Like I don't see a good reason to put something like that in there.
Yeah, I don't either. Maybe we're missing something. Maybe we don't have the experience that some other people have, but I think that
Yeah.
that's fine. And again, we have to go back and do all this. Um, okay. Okay, and the next one is coin money, regulate the value and of foreign coin and to fix the standard of weights and measures. This essentially gives the ability of the federal government to create a Federal Reserve. And that was a big thing, the ability to coin money and regulate the value thereof. I know that there were people against the central bank. Um, wait a second. Where's the conservative? Okay, yeah. So here's so the conservative constitution created Section 9, which has all of the money stuff in it, including calculating GDP, regulate the value of foreign money, and to fix the standards of weights and measures, to create a central bank with the authority to issue currency and make it legal tender for debts, public and private, to protect the independence of governors. And I believe that this is, isn't this part, isn't that part of a amendment?
The coining money or which part?
Yeah, the central bank and all that stuff. Isn't that an amendment? I could have swore that
I
there
don't
was.
think so.
I know that there's a tax. I know that there's a tax amendment. The ability for.
That yeah, I think that's the 19th Amendment. That was the ability for the federal government to directly tax individual citizens.
Yeah, you said 19.
It's either 17 or 19. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, it's not 19.
Then it's 17.
Um, nope.
Okay, try 18.
It's 16.
God damn it.
Lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived without apportionment among the several states and without regard to any census or enumeration. Um, the but neither state shall assume or pay any debt obligated to aid in insurrection. Okay, counter. Okay, that is the 14th. See, here you go. All persons born or naturalized in the United States subject are citizens of the United States. So there's naturalization stuff in some of the amendments. Yeah, Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution was modified by the 14th Amendment.
Yeah,
Um,
everything about the federal bank and the Federal Reserve is all done through implied powers under the necessary and proper.
Implied powers. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. There wasn't an amendment saying you could create a central bank, but there's an act. They passed laws saying that it could be
yeah,
done. So the conservative constitution puts the central bank right in there. They get rid of this part of Article 8 or Section 8, Article 1, Section 8. They get rid of the coin money and they put that in Section 9. Um, I know that money is a big thing and we have to, like, that's something that we're going to, we have to do all of this. The libertarian one did that as well. Progressive, same,
not so,
didn't change it.
yeah,
I'm
nothing to
begin
see here.
I'm liking the progressive constitution, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, they make things easy. That's for sure.
Right? We don't have to think too much. We just keep it the way it is. Um, and I do like the fact that the Libertarian Constitution makes a comment about, hey, we don't have to change much because the Constitution's a libertarian document, except for all this shit we're going to change.
Right.
Um, okay, to regulate. So, it's uniform. Okay. To coin money. Okay, so this is what the libertarian one. This is interesting. Coin money or other currency, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, provided that this shall not be construed to permit the making of any currency a legal tender. So the libertarian basically says, hey, you can make money and print and everything, but we're not going to permit you to making any currency a legal tender. I don't,
Hmm.
that's kind of, is that scary? Um, we allow non coin money, paper, crypto, or otherwise, but prohibit Congress from making any particular currency legal tender, meaning legally forcing people to accept it as payment. There you go.
Okay.
So
Although,
you can't
although if
force anybody to take a particular type, but that was kind of the whole point, wasn't it?
yeah, but I
To
mean,
a uniform.
I, the the thing is that we like from a from a foreign policy perspective, we do make it legal tender. Like because if somebody tries to trade oil in anything other than the dollar, we go in and we burn your country to the ground.
Well, or we just take your president.
What?
What? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. You must have misheard me. I said, or we
Yeah,
just come in and take your president.
yeah,
Um,
or that.
but you can't make it legal. You can't make anything legal tender. You can't force anybody to take a particular currency. I don't.
Does that need to be in there? Is that what you're asking?
This is one of those things to where you're putting a constraint on something. It's like, oh, well, you can't force me to take something. They're allowing the free market to say, okay, well, if somebody only wants to take crypto, they can only take crypto. That's their choice to only accept crypto as a form
Yeah,
of payment, right?
yeah,
So you can't walk up to somebody and say, hey, here's a dollar bill. You are required to take. No, I'm not. I'm not required to
yeah,
do anything. Well, this is legal tender, so I can pay you in this and you have to accept it. No, I
yeah.
don't. I don't think that there's. I mean, the conservative constitution says explicitly issue currency and make it legal tender for debts public and private.
Hmm. So yeah, does that create a legal constraint that people have to take
They have to take
the
money.
yeah,
Like, hey, this person, you're saying they owe you, and I'm going to say this, one Bitcoin. Well, you have
that's a
to
lot. That's a
accept.
lot.
I know you have to accept $40,000 in U.S. dollars. Like they can come give you a briefcase of dollars because this is legal tender and you have to accept it. It's like, do I?
Right. Yeah, I don't. That's a bad precedent to to force people to trade in the currency
Well,
set up
if
by
you
the
look
government.
at it originally, it doesn't say it doesn't give Congress the power to make a legal tender. You got a dollar bill on you?
No.
Because I believe it says on it, this is here. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a dollar. It says something on it. Yeah, I thought so. It says it right up in the corner. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. That's what it says. It says right. Oh, you can't see it. It says right up there, and it says it on all bills. So,
So it is. So
but it says that this note is legal tender. It doesn't say you're required.
yeah.
I don't think that there's a requirement that, like, a lot of people say, well, if you don't accept cash, I'm not going to shop here. Okay. I don't think you're required. Um,
So maybe the libertarian constitution is implying something by legal
right.
tender that really isn't there.
Here you go. Yes, U.S. Okay. There is no federal statute mandating that a private business, a person, or an organization must accept currency or coins as payment for goods or services. Federal Reserve. Okay. So this is from the Federal Reserve. Private businesses are free to develop their own policies on whether to accept cash unless there is a state law that says otherwise. Section blah, 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 entitled Legal Tender states U.S. coins and currency, including Federal Reserve notes and circulating notes, Federal Reserve, are legal tender for all debts, public charges, taxes, and dues. This means that all U.S. money, as identified above, is valid and legal offer of payment of debts when tendered to a creditor. So the creditor has to accept them, but private businesses are free to develop their own policies on whether to accept cash. So you can use them to pay a debt, but you don't have to accept money. But there's no, okay, so that's kind of murky. There's no federal statute saying you have to accept cash. They must accept coins currency.
So chat is saying that legal tender means U.S. money must be accepted to settle a debt,
Yeah,
not that it must be accepted for every transaction.
correct. Yeah, our legal tender for all debts, public charges, taxes, and dues. So essentially, what it's saying when it comes to government stuff, the government, like this stuff is acceptable. Like the government has to accept this, or debts. Public charges would be any type of whatever taxes and dues. So taxes and dues would cover your your government taxes, your government dues,
Right.
and all debts. So if you have a debt to someone, a creditor is required to accept U.S. money to fulfill that debt. They're not they're not required to accept crypto. They're not required to accept whatever. So the libertarian is just putting it's one of those guardrails saying that you can't make any particular currency legal, like legal tender, meaning you're forcing people to take it, which they
Yeah.
haven't.
Which, well, you are though for debts.
For okay, but you're not you're
And I'm
not
not
in.
saying that's wrong. I'm just saying
Yeah, no,
that.
no, no, no. You're not making it. You're
So
not
this would
making
get
it.
back at this would just back that off to where like nobody nobody has to nobody is being forced to accept US currency for any reason.
Correct. If you had a debtor that said, "Hey, you got to pay me in Bitcoin to settle your debt. I bought your debt, and now you have to pay me in Bitcoin." No, but I
Yeah.
want to pay you in cash. Sorry, I don't accept cash for your debt. Well, then you're not going to get money. I mean,
Yeah.
that's you. If you want me to give you money, then you have to accept what I have. So and this is the same from a business perspective. Everybody has dollars, right? You know, I, they don't have to accept pesos or euros or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Businesses in the U.S. don't have to accept. They don't have to accept any form of payment they don't want to. But what you do is this is the whole free capitalistic whatever, free market. What do people have? They have credit cards and they have cash, right?
Mhm.
So I mean, I don't see a problem with it. I mean, putting it in there that Congress cannot make any currency legal tender, you're putting guardrails to prevent that from happening later. If we had a problem with it now to where Congress says, "Hey, everybody's got to use the dollar, you can't use crypto." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But nobody has. So I don't know that that makes sense to do that.
Well, I mean, and I mean, do you really want to back that off and make it so somebody would have that they couldn't pay cash for their debt? I mean, I feel like it's one thing for to go into a business and have them say, okay, I don't take cash
Yeah, we
for
only take
goods and
credit card.
services.
Which you get that a
Yeah,
lot. We don't take cash. We
yeah,
only take credit card. Okay.
yeah. But when it comes to settling a debt, I don't know. I'm kind of wondering how I feel about that. Like
Yeah.
the should
Well,
you?
no, settling a debt, it just
the-
says that if this person has this, they're required to accept it for settling a debt.
Yeah,
But
they don't have to use cash,
they don't have to
but
only use cash. But if
yeah,
somebody's giving it
but
to them, they
cash has
have
to be
to
an
accept it.
option.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
It
I think I think that's a reasonable
yeah,
thing to keep in place.
I don't know. I don't know that it makes sense to do that though. I don't know that it makes sense to do this.
I don't think so.
Yeah. All right, I think we keep it the same, and I think we're okay with that for the money.
Yeah.
All right. Um.
Although I am kind of wondering if there's something that needs to go in there for like cryptocurrency and other forms of currency as far as regulation.
Which I know
Or
because you're in the whole crypto thing, so you understand it a little more than I do. But
yeah. Well, because I know some of the stuff, like some of the coins, like Ethereum, they're talking about putting it under the regulation of the SEC, saying that it's like that it's not a because of the way that the way that it's done now, like the way that it's mined, is that it's not a currency. It's the word I'm looking for. It's a good
yeah,
rather
yeah,
than
it's like gold, or it's like it's
yeah.
whatever. Yeah,
Um, which based on the way that it's mined now, I kind of tend to agree with.
yeah,
Um, or that it's just more like a fiat currency.
yeah.
I don't know. Like, I don't spend that much time on it. I know there's people that are not not happy with the way things are going, especially when the currency is global and then you try to regulate it within the bounds of one country or another. Like there's certain coins that I mine that I have to that I can't buy and sell in the
In the
U.S.
U.S., yeah,
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 and so I have to go to exchanges outside the U.S. and then use VPNs and stuff like that
Yeah.
to actually buy and sell the coins.
Hey, I'm gonna take a quick break. I got a bio real quick. I don't know if you want to continue talking about this, or even, if we want to. I'll just put some music on real quick. Does that
Yeah,
work?
put some music on because I gotta go to the bathroom too.
Okay, I will. Let's do this. I'll put some music on for everyone. Okay, we're back.
Hello.
We are back. All right, back to what we were talking about. Whew,
Mhm.
drink too much water. Um, okay. So we were doing the money, and you were saying something about
I
because
mean,
of the crypto thing. Are we talking about regulating or not regulating or
I
accepting or like
I
what
would
what?
be more like about not trying to regulate alternative forms of currency. I think that would be um my thought process, anyways.
Well, I mean, the original one to coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. I mean, the standard of weights and measures, that's your whole imperial like weights and what's like that makes sense to an like the power to do that. But the question, like from a constitutional standpoint, are you going to put something in the governing document to regulate what Congress has the ability, like they can't regulate something, or they have to do it within some sort of confines, like some sort of structure. Like what are we?
Yeah. Well, chat's saying some interesting things about this.
Okay.
Um, says well, it's making some assumptions. A, money is a coordination technology, not a moral object.
Yep.
Human Humans will invent new value systems faster than laws adapt.
Yep.
Agreed. Constitution should define boundaries, not implementations. So
Correct. That's what I'm saying. We got to do the boundary of
yeah,
okay. So if you take you so the Congress has the ability to create laws to coin money to regulate the value of said money and a foreign coin. I don't know how the Congress has the ability to regulate the value of foreign coin.
this is the thing I was talking about earlier. Agencies currently argue over whether crypto is a security, a commodity, a currency, a payment system, a threat to national stability. I like that last one. I love ChatGPT.
Yeah,
I love my ChatGPT.
because it's an international unregulated
Yeah.
currency.
Yeah.
Like there's nobody saying how it needs to be processed or how it needs to be regulated, and that's where the Federal Reserve, from the tender, they can print more money, get rid of money. Like, they have the ability to, just like setting interest rates and stuff like that to affect a lot of the different
Yeah.
markets. Whereas
So
if people are accepting crypto, you
yeah,
know,
they have no say in that. You lose your lever of power.
correct.
Yeah. Agreed.
Well, I mean, but also you have you know, because it's attached to because it's attached to still attached to the market and it's given a value by the dollar. Like, I mean, it was up to 120, now it's down to what, 70, 80 or something, I don't know. Like, so I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking about one bitcoin, the value. I mean, that's a huge range.
Yeah.
Like a
Well,
$40,000.
and how volatile it is. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, but I mean, and the only thing that gives it value is that humans,
is the demand.
find value in it. Hmm.
Which I don't, my monkey mind, my ape brain still doesn't understand how things, like how that value of Bitcoin, and I guess it's because it became so hard to mine, right? Just like gold, it's hard to get now, it's hard to mine, so the value has gone up. But
Oh,
going up as much as it's gone,
I don't even know if that's the if that's the reason that it's gone up so much.
That's what I'm
Um,
saying. Like people are
I
putting
think it's just that it's been put on an exchange, and people keep buying it. People want more,
yeah.
and and then the way that, because I think in the next 5 or 10 years is when the what basically Bitcoin plateaus, and no new coin can be created. Um, where and then mining is just going to be exclusive to updating the blockchain. Um, and
So there's a
I don't.
it's a finite resource. I I thought that I thought that they would never get to an end. I thought that there would always be some. It's just going to take an infinitely long time to get more to where it's going to become cost prohibitive.
No, so it halves like I want to say every 5 or 6 years or so.
Yeah,
The number, there's you can mine, so my one person can mine so many coins and I think, I believe the timetable is like 5 minutes. It might be 10. I'd have to go back and look. And then whoever wins that round, like they're the ones that mine that Bitcoin, and now that's all done through pools, and or you've got large miner, basically commercial miners that
oh
are
yeah, you got
taking
massive,
data
massive
center,
miners.
yeah, that have data centers full of ASIC miners,
Yep.
uh, and then so within that given time frame, somebody wins um, that spot on the blockchain, and then they get the coin.
Yeah.
But at some point, I like with Bitcoin exclusively, the halving stops, and it just um, you get the miners are just going to get paid off at interest, like and then no new coin can, unless something's changed. That's the way that I remember.
The remaining coins will be gradually released through mining. So there's about 1 to 1.4 million Bitcoin are left to mine with a total cap of 21 million.
Yeah.
With the last one expected to be mined around the year 2140 due to having
Okay.
events that cut the rewards roughly every 4 years, slowing the process. So there is a maximum supply of 21 million Bitcoin.
Yeah. And
Estimated loss permanently
19.9 is
inaccessible
already done.
Bitcoin of 3 to 4 million. That's insane. Whoops, that's
Yeah.
not what
So
I
every
wanted to do.
210,000 blocks, there's a halving.
Yep, there's a halving. This is funny. 91% of the 21 million Bitcoin supply has been mined today. The remaining 9% will be mined in the next 118 years. That's
Yeah. So it's
impressive.
pretty much done at this point.
Yeah, for the most. And I like the fact that 3 to 4 million are permanently inaccessible. They're just lost, in some garbage heap somewhere. They're in a
Oh yeah.
wallet that will never be touched. That nobody
Well,
has
or the
access
wallet's
to
been,
anymore.
the wallet's been destroyed. The
Yeah.
USB stick doesn't work anymore.
Oh
You
yeah.
know.
It's just gone.
Yeah.
So
That's
after that,
wild.
miners will earn revenue solely from transaction fees.
Transaction fees. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So and then at that point, the value is going to do something. I mean,
yeah.
that was the whole point of Bitcoin. It was to get a lot out at the beginning, and then to slowly make it less and less and less and less to drive the value up. And then at some point, it stops, and then it's just there. This is what you got. Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember. I remember that when it came out. It's you
Yeah.
know,
I wonder what that's gonna look like. I mean, well, it already kind of is looking like that, and the value just keeps going up. So,
well, that's
I,
what I'm
you know,
saying. If you have one Bitcoin now, if you hold it for 118 years, and there's no more being
yeah.
produced. I mean, because you can. Uh, how many decimals can you go out into Bitcoin?
I don't. That's a good question.
Let's find out. Bitcoins can be divided into 8 decimal places, with the smallest unit being a Satoshi, which equals 0.0000001 or 100 millionth of a Bitcoin, allowing for tiny transactions even as the main currency value grows. High level granular ensures Bitcoin remains functional currency for everyday purchases, even if one Bitcoin becomes extremely valuable. There you go. Satoshi, the smallest
Still
unit.
though, like, but it. So if Bitcoin goes upwards of $1 million, like, what does that make a millionth of a Bitcoin?
100 millionth of a Bitcoin.
100 millionth.
Yes. I mean, eventually you're
I
going to
think
get
would
to
make
the.
it worth $1.
So if you have 100 millionth of a Bitcoin would have to be worth $100 million, and you could give $1 as a Satoshi.
Yeah. Yeah, so that wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, and so like a Satoshi right now, like if Bitcoin was worth a million, would be worth a penny.
Yeah.
So that's not bad.
Yeah.
That still works then. I Chad is saying something interesting. The like a reasonable constraint. No executive agency may redefine a medium of exchange in a way that criminalizes possession or transfer absent explicit congressional authorization. Um,
Whoa. Say that again. No agency. Yeah. This.
no executive agency may redefine a medium of exchange in a way that criminalizes possession or transfer absent explicit congressional authorization.
That's essentially saying that limiting the executive branch or the executive branch capability of regulation based on powers that they've already been given, which
I know.
Congress is the one that makes. See, again, this goes back to, well, has the executive branch been given the power to do that?
Yes, they have.
Have they?
I don't know by what. I, I mean, well, you've got the SEC. You've got
Yeah, but does the SEC have the power to do that?
yeah. Good question.
I mean, it all
I'm not.
depends on like a currency. Like does and this is what I would want if Congress has see
Maybe
this
that.
is go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say I don't know if I necessarily like this one. This is the one that I wanted to pull out. The federal government has exclusive authority over legal tender, but not exclusive authority over value exchange. And maybe there's something there.
Well, yeah,
So
I can say okay, yes, the federal government has the
it
ability.
prevents backdoor bans and via regulatory strangulation.
I can see how the federal government has the ability to say what legal tender is because they
Right.
have like legal tender for the government. Hey, the only thing you can pay us in is this, our legal tender.
Hmm. But what if they illegalize like the actual exchange of
Well,
crypto or some other good and service? Like
oh,
if
you
people
mean like
all of a
marijuana?
sudden decide
You mean like
they don't want
drugs?
to,
You
yeah,
mean
yeah,
like firearms?
absolutely,
You mean like everything else that we try to make illegal? Alcohol?
yeah. I maybe there should be some sort of constraint on that.
Okay,
You know
so what kind
and
of
I mean like and you have the ATF that regulates that from a federal agency perspective. Like, is that is that really something the federal government should be doing? I don't
well,
I
the
don't
SEC. So this is the funny part. Like if you look at it, those agencies from the executive branch are supposed to enforce the laws that Congress has put in place.
right. But I don't I I think that the problem is that they always go outside their bounds, right?
Well, yeah, of
And
course.
it's almost like they 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 get
I
a blank check from Congress
well,
that says like
I feel like this is where you get to the point to where you create something in the Constitution that says this is in the executive branch. This would be in Article 2, I believe. That the executive branch does not have the ability to enforce laws that are not explicitly given, that are not explicitly stated or passed by Congress.
Yeah.
Like
They can't make their own penal code around
yeah, yeah,
like a vague law passed by Congress.
yeah. It needs to be explicit. It needs to be an explicit law saying, "Hey, Congress has passed this law that says, hey, marijuana is outlaw." Like the fact that the president has the ability to change the schedule of drugs.
Right.
Like he passed an executive order saying that this drug is now a Schedule 1 or Schedule 4 or Schedule whatever. I don't know what.
Yeah. I think it's Schedule A. I think it's letters, but I could be wrong.
Controlled Substances Act. U.S. drug scheduling changes under the control are initiated by petitions from various groups, public, industry, government, or the DEA itself, making the final scheduling decision after requesting evaluations from the Department of Human Health Services. Both executive branches completely bypasses Congress. 100%. No, it's U.S. drug scheduling changes under the controlled.
I'm reading the same thing that you are. I'm just laughing because it's absurd that they're able to do that.
Yeah, the final scheduling decision after requesting science and medical evaluations, which doesn't mean crap, from
Right.
the Department of Health and Human
Where are those
Services.
coming from? Because they commission those themselves and then they pay for them. And so like
Well,
there's no
not only that, they're the head of the Department of Health and Human Services is appointed by the president.
right.
So is the head of the DEA.
There's no checks and balances.
None whatsoever.
Right. Yeah, and there's stuff like that within the SEC, the FCC. Pick a 3-letter executive agency, and they all have those. I bet you could find those in every single one. These caveats where they just completely bypass the will of the people, because it's this idea that, well, we're going to appoint people and we're going to put people in place that know better than the average citizen, and I think there's something to be said for that, but it's gone off the rails.
Well, I think that's where a lot of this stuff comes in. The fact that the executive branch has gotten
You gonna reel it back in?
Congress has gotten so lazy
Yeah.
in trying to pass things that what they do is they create these quote unquote acts, which gives away their power to these agencies, which are regulated or run or whatever by the executive branch. So Congress is essentially giving away their power, giving away the powers that are given to them by the Constitution.
They're giving away our power at the end of the day. They're giving away the power.
And giving it to one person.
Yeah. Giving it to an overlord or a dictator. Yeah. And so maybe that's it, is where forget about the money thing and it's really about what you can and or how you can regulate.
Well, no, but that's the whole thing, and that's what a lot of this stuff was like. Because if you take a look at it, hey, we need to put something in place to regulate drugs, to regulate these pharmaceuticals, and we need to put people in place. Okay. Yes. But do you give that power, and do you give the ability, like, okay, we created the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, which covers not just, it doesn't just cover like marijuana, cocaine, and all that. They don't just cover that. They cover all drugs, from Tylenol, from Advil to Viagra to whatever drug, like all drugs go through the DEA, and they're put by the DEA and the Department of Health and Human Services they're put into a quote unquote category of how much regulation is around them. Congress has the ability to change the act, of course, because that's what they, obviously they have the ability to do that because they were the ones that make the law. But essentially, what they've done is they've said, we don't want to have to legislate on every single drug. We don't want to have to go through Congress and say, hey, there's a new drug. Is this good or is this bad? No, we want to give this to an agency that we trust to enact these laws to put things where they belong. But again, you're just like we said before, you're depending on that virtue. You're depending on that person to do what's in the best interest of the people rather than Congress doing it. But essentially, instead of them having to go through and pass a law or pass a whatever on each one, they pass a sweeping law that says, hey, we're going to let these people take care of it. And if we need to come back and adjust something, we'll come back and adjust something. I understand that. But I don't think that putting those agencies under the executive branch and giving one person the ability to appoint whoever they want, quote unquote, with the approval of Congress. Sure.
What, you don't believe the appointment process is
Hell no.
working for us?
Hell no. Not at all. Not whatsoever. But giving one person the ability to appoint these people that are over these agencies and then giving them roughshod over whatever they want to do, and
you wrote them a blank check,
and then trusting that they're going to do what's in the best interest of the people.
Oh, it's insane.
I don't understand. Like, these things should be under all of these agencies that are creating laws or regulating things should be under Congress, not the executive branch. There should be oversight on those, and they should not be, and the people that run these agencies should not be appointed by one person.
Agreed.
It should be appointed by Congress, and these agencies that are created, in my opinion, these people that are running for these agencies to manage these agencies should have to go through some sort of election process. I don't know if it's by for the people, by the people or whatever, but you shouldn't be putting people in charge that are just appointed by one person.
Yeah.
Because there's too many things. Like, just because
it's a centralization of power that shouldn't exist.
Correct. Because I don't think that one person is going to have the best interest of everybody in mind ever.
Well, even let's say for a second that they did, like, and you had those few people that will do the right thing, no matter what. Like,
okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
How long is that person going to be around? We only elect people for,
8 years.
4 years, 8 years tops.
Yep.
And that would be great, but then you're looking at almost a communist style type of government where there's too much centralization of power, and like you said earlier, communism.
That's not communist. No. Communism is the
dictatorship.
Thank you. Communism is the spread of power to where nobody has power, versus the consolidation of power is not. Consolidation of power is not communist. I can't abide by that. Sorry. Dictatorship.
That's okay. Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, I don't want to. Like I said, those words are used enough to incite whatever over dumb things that don't mean the same thing. So.
Yeah. No. Fair enough. You're not hurting my feelings.
Yeah. So dictatorship. Essentially, you're centralizing power under one person and giving them the power to. And again, Congress has the power to enact laws, but they've done so much giving away that power because of just the sheer number of things that would have to be passed through Congress, the sheer amount of bureaucracy that would have to happen for Congress to look at all of these things, to pass all of these laws, I agree. There has to be a better way to centralize that. But the fact that these agencies only answer to the president,
Yeah.
and the president has a unilateral decision of appointing these people that Congress vets, um, I don't like. I mean, it should be whether it's an election process that happens through Congress, whether the House, you know, they give their whatever and they hold an election within the House, 435 people. There's people that try to run for these, and then the House holds elections just like we do here in the U.S. They're the representatives of the people, and then they do a primary. Hey, here's the three people or whatever. They go up. They do a vote. 435 people. They have to get so many votes, or we do a not ranked choice, but whatever it is, whatever type of voting we say, and then Congress is the one that is voting them in. Not one person saying, "Hey, here's who I want, vet them and put them through." No, this should be open. It should be an open election for people that want to run for those positions, and then they should be elected by those. It shouldn't be, "Hey, I'm putting this person. You all have to vote on it. Oh, by the way, we have the majority, so screw off." You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. The two-party system's frustrating, but
Yeah.
I think it should be an election, and they should be held accountable to Congress, like accountable to Congress
Yes.
in some way, shape, or
And
form.
well, yeah, and not the not the BS way that they're
No,
currently held accountable, where they have to go and testify in front of Congress, and then they
it does
lie, they
nothing.
don't provide all the
Yeah.
information. Yeah, like they obfuscate what's really going on.
See,
Yeah,
and I would want something from that perspective about these agencies that are created from a regulatory standpoint, to where if you don't provide the information, if you don't answer the question, that's immediate impeachment. That's
yeah,
an immediate. If you are not answering the question, then you don't deserve to have that position. If you
yeah,
can't provide an answer, then you don't deserve to have that position.
yeah, yeah. If you don't provide 100% transparency into what you're doing,
You're out.
if
Gone.
yeah, if they even think that you're hiding something, like
Yeah.
that's a wrap.
Yeah. I mean, I know that that's going to be terrible, because then you have the Republican constituent, people that are going to ask the
Yeah,
questions. It's like, oh, let me ask this rear question about whatever. Oh, you're not answering. You're out. We're going to have to find someone else. This is the problem you have with this type of stuff, is trying to
yeah,
find a
a balance.
proper means of doing this, because everybody's
All
always going
right.
to hate the people that are put in there.
Yeah, and
So
I think we can talk about that later, or go back around to it, like when we go back to the executive branch, maybe. And then,
yeah,
but I think in my head we're good with the money thing. Like I don't want to add anything else in there as far as what Congress can or can't do, like as far as exchanges and like setting values or stuff like that. I think
you don't.
I'm good.
There's no guardrail to put up. You can't regulate this stuff, or I don't like the
I
idea of saying you can't regulate. I think okay, here we go.
Well, how about then
Limit.
there's no exclusive, or I don't know if exclusive is the right word. There's no You have no authority over value exchange. Like you can't decide, like you can't decide how people pay and trade for goods and services. So yeah, you have authority over legal tender, but not authority over value exchange.
No authority over value exchange. Okay. All right, cool. Oh man, I just did that. Oh
Did
no.
what?
I accidentally closed. What was it?
Whoopsie.
Where's the recent tabs button? Oh no. Reopen last closed tab. Thank you. Okay. I knew it was somewhere. All right. Provide
Next,
the punishment and counterfeiting of the securities and current coin of the United States. I don't.
I think I think that's pretty reasonable.
Um. Okay. They don't have the conservative one because they had the monies. It's all in the monies one.
Mhm.
Um. Suspension during the. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. This is the Treasury. Okay. Yeah. The conservative one doesn't. Okay. And I guess that. I guess this one doesn't. Yep, it has it. Okay, the libertarian one, punishment for counterfeiting the securities or current coin or currency of the United States. Wait a second. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Libertarian added to provide the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin or currency of the United States. To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin. It just says current coin, not currency.
Right. What?
Progressive is coin or currency. You're splitting hairs there.
I agree.
Securities and current coin or currency. Yeah, we can. I mean, sure.
Yeah.
I, this is again, words matter.
True.
Um, I think that one is good. Okay. Okay,
Next,
and the
next
next
is
one.
post offices and roads. To establish post offices and roads,
No, no, no,
which
no.
I don't.
Make no, no, no. Make sure you say this right.
And post roads.
Post roads
Hmm.
for the delivery of mail, for the delivery of post.
Yeah. So I'm wondering here if this is a spot for um to provide infrastructure. Like you, I think about the internet, right? And how we get access to information today.
Okay.
Because the whole point of this, right, was so that people could
Communication.
exchange information. Yeah,
Correct. It
communication.
was big back then because the ability for the government to be able to get information from one point to another was paramount to the development of
Yeah,
the country.
yeah, and I believe that still holds true today. And also, like the way I look at it is that information is power.
Correct.
You know, and
So
so
so there's a couple things here that I noticed. Okay, the conservative one to establish a system for the prompt and efficient delivery of the mail. So
see, I
this
would
is
almost want to change that the prompt and delivery of information. Why?
prompt and efficient delivery of the mail. We're going to take this a little bit further. Libertarian. To establish post offices and post roads, provided that this shall not be construed to permit the establishment of any postal monopoly.
Okay.
Oh, it gets better. It gets better. Does Okay. So the reason that they have this here, it was really good. This is their reasoning behind it. Where is it? We keep the U.S. Postal Service, but repeal the monopoly powers it currently uses to hinder the operations of UPS, FedEx, etc.
Does it actually do that?
I don't know. Does it?
I I wouldn't ask the question
I,
if I knew.
ask chat. I
All
don't.
right.
I don't know how it does. I mean, I don't know that what by making it cheaper, like the fact that they're losing money. Like I don't understand. And the progressive one is really interesting to establish post offices and post roads, and to regulate methods of transportation and communication with foreign and native nations and among the several states. There you go. That's that's a big one. That is huge compared to the other ones.
What it say it again? Sorry.
Okay. So the conservative one is a system for the prompt and efficient delivery of the mail. Like that is very very concise. Prompt and efficient delivery of the mail. Whatever mail can be construed as, is a package from Amazon mail. No, it's package delivery. Well, is that mail? What is mail? Because in the original ones to establish post offices and post roads. So post meaning communications, meaning delivery of goods, right? Post. Conservative says delivery of the mail, which is really interesting how that's worded. Libertarian is post offices and post roads, provided it's not construed to permit the establishment of any postal monopoly. Right?
Yeah.
And the progressive one really goes out there. Establish post offices and post roads, and to regulate methods of transportation and communication with foreign and native nations and among the several states.
Yeah. So that was more along the lines of what I was saying. But they're talking about it specific to transportation, not like.
No. Transportation and communication.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they did include communication.
Regulate methods of transportation and communication with foreign and native nations and among the several states. So you're talking about giving the government the power to regulate communication and transportation between foreign and native nations and among the several states. That is a massive grant of power.
Agreed. Yeah,
Because
and they specifically use the word regulate. I
correct.
wouldn't. I wasn't thinking of regulation. I was thinking no, that like, hey, you have like this is something that you have to maintain, like the the communication paths. Like I would see that not as something that you regulate. It's just something that you have to make available to people. Does that make sense?
Again, this could be used either way. Regulate methods of transportation communication. Oh, hey, yeah, by the way, we're only using these certain channels that are run by the state. You can only watch these. These are the only ones that are allowed to be broadcasted between the states.
Yeah. It absolutely has the ability to be abused.
So,
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking more along the lines of, and you look at what's going on in current internet infrastructure and IT, and you have these you have one service for maybe two service providers in every area, and it's
and
like
and you have them. Well, no, and you also have them actively lobbying for laws to prevent anybody else from coming in.
right. And so I'm kind of thinking along the lines of, okay, let's change this then, and let's make the government have to provide the transport, and it's for everybody, and it's for anybody that and it's free.
Well, that's
Well,
well.
not
I
free,
mean,
but
no, no.
the taxpayers pay for it. But
Okay, so let's look at this from uh,
right,
a postal perspective, because it was all about the community. It was all about allowing
right,
communication. So are we
yep.
talking about cell phone? You're talking about data infrastructure.
Mm. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the RF transmissions.
Well, I mean, okay. So where you're talking communication, you're talking about television, you're talking about radio, you're talking about, and as FCC, that's what the Federal
Yeah,
Communications. I mean, that's what. But when you're talking about this, you need to make it to where, okay, the establishment to establish post offices and post roads. It gives Congress the ability to establish post offices and post roads. So it gives Congress the ability to create an infrastructure of. They made the postal service essentially.
Yeah.
So how do you? So it and this is, it's a quote unquote state run. It's not state run, but it's state regulated, state oversight, or not state, sorry, federally oversighted method of communication within the states, saying that we are going to allow this. This didn't, with the telegraph, you didn't have that with the telegraph. Telegraph wasn't federally, and then the
Fair.
then the
Yeah.
phone
Yeah.
system.
Private companies ran the lines and did all that stuff, and yeah.
But the federal government paid, to an extent, paid for postal, right?
Yeah.
They paid the postal service, and they use they use the revenue, but they also use taxpayer money, right, for the postal service.
Correct.
Um, Governed and funded. Okay, the postal service receives no taxpayer money,
Interesting.
no direct taxpayer funds. It relies on revenues from food stamps and other service fees. So so this is the thing. It's never. The statute that created the Postal Service begins with the following sentence: the United States Postal Service shall be operated as a basic and fundamental service provided to the people by the government of the United States, authorized by the Constitution, created by an act of Congress, and supported by the people. I mean, they could do the same thing
Yeah, you could do the same thing
with internet,
with internet and
with
well and
phone,
cell service.
cell phones and internet. I mean, which would be the
Yeah.
same thing, but you would need to create some sort of, like, do you go like a 5G? Do you go like a fiber
Right.
infrastructure with 5G? Like, what do you?
I mean, that's what I would do, unless there's some new emerging technology that's coming out, obviously. And the yeah, and instead of subsidizing companies like AT&T and the or Comcast, these huge conglomerates that
Oh,
are that are gouging people
oh yeah,
on price, that yeah, I because I think it goes along the same lines. Like we're talking about the way people communicate and the way people communicate today, and maybe that's what you change. You don't just make it about the mail. You make it about communication. That the federal government is responsible for providing methods of communication. But then but then again, like going back to the ambiguity versus virtue, or or ambiguity and virtue, like that assumes of the virtuous nature of Congress to sit there and say, okay, well, how are the ways that what are the ways that we communicate today? For the most part, for everyone, that's the through cell phones and internet, or
yeah.
or a PC. And so, but they could, like, if you wanted to get cute with it, well, communication, oh, well, okay, well, we can just provide landline phones for everybody, or that infrastructure, or whatever, or come up with some stupid idea of like, oh, hey, well, this meets the bare minimum of communication. So I don't know. Do you get specific with it, or do you keep it ambiguous, knowing that methods of communication are going to
We're going to
change?
change. Or do you require, or do you just see? And this is another thing, and this is the whole thing with the with how they're saying that the post office is this this paragraph right here.
And
I don't.
hmm,
What I don't understand on this is it's funny they set it up to fail. It's funny how they set the postal service to fail, set it up to fail over here.
yeah, and yeah, in my mind, it should just be it should be funded through taxpayer money, and it should be a free service. And I think it should be the same for.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that just like with the postal service, the fact that it has been operating for 200 and how many years?
50, 40 maybe.
Yeah, and it has been fine until people decided to stick their grubby little paws in there and make them do something that they hadn't been doing. This is what's funny. And they found that the Postal Service had been significantly overpaying into its pension fund because that's a problem, leaving it with cash beyond what was needed to meet its employees' retirement liabilities. Oh, so sad. Terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, combined with
I
strong
mean,
performance.
and how dare you not just look at that and be like, hey, maybe we just up
Great
the
job.
retirement.
Fantastic. Position UPS to catch on the pre-funding of its retirement health benefit obligations after years of pay-as-you-go approach before the passage of the PAEA. In that law, they instructed the approximately 5.6 billion a year and to stretch any additional obligations over the almost 40 years. Like, oh, you got to pay more, and then a recession hit. I mean, they were like, hey, we're going to put these things on you so that you can fail and look like you're failing so that we can cause controversy rather than the 200 and however many years you've been operating on your own.
Yeah. Wow.
So, anyways, and my whole thing about this is well, if you're talking about they've missed required payments on health benefits. Well, if we have nationalized health care, we don't have to worry about that billions of dollars in the health benefits. Anyways,
Nationalized healthcare is bad. Okay.
okay. So this is so much funny. This is so much funny. So much funny.
So much fun.
So after they passed a law that said that they had to pay in this exorbitant amount to pay to prepay for all of the health care and everything, and then they got stuck in a thing. Then the Postal Service had to get a loan from the government and get government funding. So they have been operating for 200 years with no problem. And then Congress puts this ridiculous law on them that says, hey, well, since you seem to have this extra money, we're going to require you to pay this money into this. And then the market dropped, and then they're like, oh, well, you haven't been able to keep up with the money we told you that you had to do by law. So now you have to take out a loan from us to pay for the law that we enacted. How does that work? How does that work? Okay.
It does work, unfortunately.
It works so well. So
Yeah.
well. So this is the problem that you run into whenever you have people that aren't thinking of the people in the best interest of the people.
Yeah. They're
They're
not
thinking
operating in good faith.
correct. So if we're talking about putting something to establish post offices and post roads, that needs to stay because obviously we're not getting. And I don't understand the fact that with the libertarians saying a postal monopoly, the
Yeah.
postal service doesn't require you to use them.
Yeah, and I was like, chat was like, yeah, there's no postal monopoly. Like,
Not at all.
there's some complaints because it's like because they have to compete at like FedEx and UPS have to compete at prices that are regulated and set, but that I like the if you didn't regulate that and make it affordable for everyone, then you're causing a whole separate set of problems.
Oh, we don't want affordable things. We want things to be expensive so people can
Right.
gouge our constituents. Yes. I don't, yeah, I don't, that's bullshit right there. I'm
Yeah.
calling it. I'm calling BS on that. Um,
Same.
so we need that. But then we're talking about adding something about, so post office, establish post office and post roads, data infrastructure. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think so. Although data infrastructure, that I don't
That's
know. Yeah, because then you start talking about storage and, how like are we housing the data or because I'm just talking about the method of transport like that. And
exactly.
that's
And
yeah,
okay, to establish
transport transport infrastructure,
post offices and post
communication
roads,
transport infrastructure.
to establish post offices and post wait a second, post offices, post roads.
And my thing would be is that you're responsible for the establishment of that, and you ain't gonna regulate shit.
Yeah. Communication infrastructure?
I was thinking communication transport infrastructure.
Yeah, but man, how do you
It's incredibly vague. It's incredibly ambiguous. But how do you?
that's what I'm that from an IT perspective, how do you make sure that it's accessible?
Yeah,
Because to establish post offices and post roads. Okay. We got roads that can get to people. I mean, but the government isn't funding your neighborhood road. Your government isn't
right.
funding the postal boxes that are there. You're required to have that stuff, but the government isn't paying for it.
Yeah, I I think transport does that pretty well, right? Because then you don't have to provide the cell phones, you don't have to provide the PC, you don't have to provide the end device medium. You're just making it so that you can transport data from point A to point B and
Communication
transport.
transport infrastructure, which is essentially what post roads are.
Right.
And digital communication transport infrastructure? Do you think we're going to go past digital? Is there anything past digital?
Quantum, maybe, but I don't know if that's really any different. I mean, that's still,
Do
well, is it digital? I'd have to
do
go
you
look.
want to do is there a okay, here I'm going to ask the dumb question. Quantum would be the only thing I can think of. I don't know. Analog, yeah. Post digital, yeah. Okay. I don't.
Yeah, because digital means that you store it in discrete states, 0 or 1.
Yeah.
Um, and
So the next
then
one is quantum.
quantum computers operate on qubits, but they're superpositions of states, not just zeros or ones.
Yeah.
And
And I don't know
then
that
the
you have
qubits
anything after
become
that.
entangled with each other.
Yeah. I think so. So we have analog, digital, and then quantum. And I don't know that there's anything past that yet that has been thought of. Spatial. I think
Maybe,
quantum
yeah.
is. I think quantum is spatial. I don't think that.
But it does say that the output is digital.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what for quantum computing, but the processing is not digital.
Yeah. That's what I don't know if there's. So you have analog and digital. I don't know if there's anything past digital from that perspective of.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
so the input and output bounds are still digital because you're
Yep.
still using ones and zeros. It's
Correct.
the actual computation that gets
But
done once it's put
yeah.
in the quantum computer that's not.
Yeah. So to establish post offices, post roads, communication transport infrastructure. I mean, the whole interstate transport system is what this was based off of. I'm
Right.
pretty sure.
Yeah. And I think part of it is the interstate commerce clause that
Correct.
how the roads get built.
No, interstate commerce and post roads.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing, like the fact that there is an actual saying roads.
Yeah.
So post roads and communication transport infrastructure. I don't know that there's okay.
I guess you could say digital. But but RF is analog. So if we're
Mess
talking
that up.
about
There we go.
um if we're talking about doing RF and cell service as well, that would exclude that.
Well, communication. Yeah, no. I think communication transport infrastructure to establish post office, post roads, and community. Free from see, this is where they regulate post offices, they regulate post, like, I mean, to keep it ambiguous, just like you said, the ambiguity, communication transport infrastructure, what does that mean from that perspective? And to establish, you have the right to establish it.
Not to regulate it.
Well, I mean, do they regulate the post office? Yeah,
True.
because you're establishing it. So you're creating the infrastructure, you're creating the thing.
Then I wonder if there needs to be some kind of clause in there that to regulate only in specific senses, or that you cannot block the flow of information. Like the regulation cannot. And I know that's not a very fleshed out comment.
Um, Keep from regulating flow of communication, because the post office doesn't necessarily, like, they do have things to where if you abuse the system, if you are trying to send certain things over
Yeah,
it, they
yeah. If you
will.
put anthrax in an envelope
Yeah.
and send it to somebody, like, yeah, that's not
Again,
okay.
yeah. Again, virtue. The whole, hey, if bad stuff's being sent, that we don't want that.
Yeah,
But then on the quote unquote the communication transport infrastructure, hey, if bad stuff's being sent, what's bad
yeah.
stuff? So,
Well, yeah,
all right,
like if you're doing a DDoS attack over the network from one place to another, I,
exactly.
that's bad stuff because then you're infringing on someone else's right to communicate and um, you know, to exchange information.
See this, so that is what.
And DDoS means distributed denial of service. Sorry,
Oh,
I
for those people that
didn't.
don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. It's a form of attack using data over networks. Okay. So okay. So I don't know that we need anything else for that. We're gonna have to revisit and go into more depth, and I do want to
yeah.
do that, but we'll. But okay, so the next one, this is going to be a good one. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive rights to their respective writings and discoveries. This is copyright.
Yeah. Well, and patent law, I think, too.
Yeah, copyright and patent. Yep. So let's look
TM.
at what do what?
TM.
Yes. Yes, trademarked. To promote okay, so the conservative one has some changes here. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries, but no extension or reduction of such time shall apply retroactively. Okay, so once
I
it's
think they're
done, it's
trying
done.
to.
Once it's
I
done,
think they're
it's done.
trying to. Yeah, I think they're trying to limit patent and like copyright and trademark laws, like with Disney. You know
Oh,
how
yeah.
they.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, you can't extend it and you can't have a reduction. Whatever it is when it's set, it is.
Yeah.
Libertarian, I believe, does something. Oh, here you go. Promote the progress of science, use, or arts by securing for no more than 28 years to authors and inventors exclusive rights to their respective writings and discoveries. They put an actual number on it. Libertarians like 28 years, man. Look, if
You're
you can't
done.
get it after 28 years,
Yeah. Like yeah, yeah. You got 28 years to get after it, and after that, like it's anybody's.
yeah.
It's anybody's game.
I mean, I don't know where they got that arbitrary number from. Maybe that's what it is now. Like, is the base 28 years?
Let's find out.
Let's see. To promote progress of knowledge, art. Oh, okay. So this is a little different. Promote progress of knowledge, art, science, and technology by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. So this is a little different. So progress of science and useful arts. Oh, okay. To promote the progress of science and useful arts. What's useful? What is useful? Is my painting of this toilet not useful enough for you?
Right?
I don't
Well,
know.
people sit on it. It's very useful.
Um, so this is promote the progress of knowledge, art, science, and technology. So this is giving the ability to put patents on technology, patents and copyrights on technology.
Yeah.
But does technology not fall in science? Science and arts.
Yeah. I mean, what is science if not the furtherance of technology? I guess. I mean, well, it's other things too, but yeah.
Yeah,
But I think that's part of it.
for a limited time. So 28 years, is 28 years enough? Should it just be 20 years? Should it be 30? Why 28? Why do we need to have that 8 in there? Why do we need to have that? Why can't you just give them two more, man?
Oh
Take
my
two.
god, dude.
Give them two more or take three away. Make it 25 or 30. Come on. What's with the
Chat,
28?
chat had this to say. Because the utility patents are 20 years, design patents are 15, but copyright for most modern works, life of the author plus 70 years. Corporate work for hire, 95 years from publication or 120 years from creation, whichever comes first. And
Good
then it
Lord.
wrote down, and then it said that why is there such an extreme difference? Um, and then it says gradually expanded due to lobbying, especially in media and entertainment. The result, you lose control of a life-saving invention in 20 years, but Mickey Mouse sticks around for a century.
Yep. Yep.
Oh my God.
Which, I mean, from an art perspective, okay. I mean, you look at Nintendo. Nintendo's doing the same thing with their games, their Pokemon and Power
Yeah.
World and all that.
Well,
But,
and yeah, Mario was created in what, 1985, 1986?
I mean, a little bit before that, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Cause it was, Mario and Donkey Kong in the arcades. Um,
81. First appeared in 81.
yeah, and so like if it because it used to be originally copyright protection was for 14 years. So they like anybody would have been able to use Mickey Mouse or Mario at this point if we had
Oh
the,
yeah, they would have. Well, they would
those.
have jumped on that bandwagon before the 2000s.
Yeah,
PlayStation would have been all over that crap.
right.
You know, Sony.
Um, and then chat
I
had this
don't.
to
What
say.
is it in other countries?
Good question. Chat said this. It says copyright terms are tied to political power, which hmm,
No, you don't say. It's in our Constitution. Of course, it's political. Good Lord, you think a business is gonna say no? You can't use my stuff ever.
right.
Oh.
It says most of the world clusters around the same long window as the U.S.
Author's life plus 70 years.
Yep.
Well, the minimum
Glo-
is life plus 50,
yeah.
with
That
Mexico
that's
extending to
the
100.
it says that there's that's the global baseline from the Berne Convention.
Yeah, yeah,
BERNE.
yeah. I have it here.
Good.
I mean, I, I mean, I can understand the author's life.
Agreed. I mean, because you are talking about expression and
Yeah.
like should yeah, if I come up with an idea or I write a book and I develop these characters and like, I basically spend my life's work doing that. Should like while I'm alive, should somebody be able to take that and
Well,
uh and change it and turn it into something else?
well, I mean, Jerry Trotter, the wizard from Canada. I mean, what's wrong with Jerry Trotter?
What the hell is Jerry Trotter?
You're not getting Jerry Trotter, the wizard that's at the school in Canada. He has a mark on his cheek. From when the from when Lord Harry Frank tried to kill him when he was a baby. You didn't hear about that?
No,
Don't
I
search
can't.
for it, man. I'm making this crap up. No, but I'm
All right, dude,
saying
you got me on that one.
I got you on that one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
No. But that's what I'm saying. Like you could, what,
Yeah,
15 years. Hey, sorry about your luck. Jerry Trotter over in Canada's got a better backstory than your Harry
yeah,
Potter. You know.
right. Okay.
Uh, I,
Okay.
I mean, somebody could have, if somebody would have came up with Wario before Nintendo did, is Wario
Yeah.
gonna, are they
Or
gonna
or or pick a consonant to put in front of Ario.
Mario?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, what's really funny, you get all of these knockoffs that go over in like China and Japan and all this stuff, all the different knockoffs of the different things. But but you have Nintendo suing because of Power World. Oh well, you know, sorry you didn't make that game. It's a game
Yeah.
about people that go around and capture capture animals. I mean, it's what do
Well, and
you?
all of that goes back to everything that we're saying. Is like that that there's no virtue, there's no social contract, there's no
No, I can make money
there
off of it. Hey, they don't. They
yeah.
haven't made the game, or they haven't made the book series that I want them. That maybe you make a Pokemon and it's got a bunch of sex in it with all your different animals. That's the objective, is to go
I'd
around
buy
and
that
have
game.
sex with a
I'm not
bunch of
gonna
different
lie.
animals. What?
Yeah, I said I'd buy that game. That sounds
But
awesome.
but I'm saying, like, it's, can they use the, okay, and then you go, okay, what about art versus science versus, okay, somebody creates, insulin, and, they take and they patent it for 70 years and they charge, $100 a dose.
Well, patents are 20 years tops.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like what?
That's reasonable, dude. Like in 20 years, if you can't make money off your invention, off your idea, like give somebody else a shot.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Libertarian says 20 years for all of it,
yeah. And
not the
like I
not the
said,
life.
I dude, I agree with the life of the author. Like
Okay.
because
You
how
don't want to see your
me personally.
yeah. Well,
Man, I think about these writers and or even artists that and they create, like I said, they spend so much time creating these characters
mhm.
and and all this different stuff to only have that for 20 years. That's I, I
But that,
and those are
yeah.
their creations, that their thoughts, their expressions. I I don't like taking that away from somebody while they're alive and letting anybody else expand on it or try to make
Without their
money off
permission.
of it.
What
Yeah,
without their
without their
permission.
permission.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's cool.
Okay, but it's okay if an inventor goes through that.
It for me it's a little bit different because it's you're creating something
Okay,
that's
so
you.
so here, but real quick, the whole reason we're talking about this, do you put a number in the Constitution?
Yeah, I think so.
You think you
Because
put the time frame in the Constitution? You think you need to write it out explicitly? Authors and art creators are lifetime plus whatever, and inventors, patents. Like, you want to list out all the different things and then put the time frames on them in the Constitution? You're
it's an
welcome.
easy fix. That's yeah, it's an easy fix. That's the way that I'm looking at this. And I'm not saying uh, like
Because you're going to
and
get, dude.
I'm not
You
deciding right now.
no,
But
but
like
I'm.
think about, you can take away ambiguity and it's easy
Yep.
to take it away.
Yep.
And there's not a whole bunch of special cases or anything else like that. It's an easy fix. That's why I think you put it in there. And that way you don't have people lobbying and doing all this other dumb
Well, they can still
uh,
lobby. What are you talking about? It can
yeah,
still
but
be
you can't.
changed.
Yeah, but it like for a lobbyist to go in and
You'd have to
convince
make
the
an
majority
amendment.
of.
No,
Yeah,
amendment would have to happen.
right.
Yeah.
And and that's going to be a lot more difficult than some lobbyists coming in and paying off a bunch of congressmen to
To
change
get
it from
yeah,
to
because they
change it from 14 years to life plus 70.
yeah. So I mean, life plus 70, is that
I say the life of the author. When the author dies, it's fair game.
fair game? Like somebody's okay. Let's go shoot some authors and then start taking their stuff. Right now, how
That
this
got dark.
works?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
you know I think that's part of it, is the fact that, okay, so somebody has created these things. Okay, well, if they're dead, then the clock starts ticking. We got 70 years before we can use this. I
Yeah.
mean, Disney's getting close, isn't it?
Yeah, but all they do is they keep lobbying to extend the time.
Um, what is it? It's copyright.
I Yeah.
Um, Steamboat Willie, original Mickey Mouse from the Steamboat Willie, entered the U.S. public domain on January 1st, 2024. Meaning the specific black and white version is free for anyone to use. However, Disney retains copyrights on all later, more recognizable versions of Mickey and his name. Yeah.
Well, and it doesn't matter anyways, because if anybody tries to use it, Disney's still going to try to sue them into oblivion.
Yeah. Okay, so the first iteration. So, and they can keep reiterating it, right?
Right. Yeah, they did, they changed something about the way that he looks or
Yeah.
whatever.
So, okay. So the author's life, and I'm going to generally offer copyright, author's life, varies for different types of films, recordings, anonymous works, and heavily depends on creation publication dates. Sound recordings is 70 years from first publication. Anonymous corporate works often 50 to 95 years. So do you do so any art is life plus something? Life plus what 20?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
here so why don't you do this? We'll make it easy. So patents. What are the different things? You have what patent,
You got
copyright.
patents, trademarks, and copyrights.
Okay, patent versus trade trademark versus copyright. So, oh my goodness. Patent protects functional inventions, processes, and designs. 20 years for utility patents. Trademark, brand names, logos, slogans, indefinite as long as it's used in commerce. Prevents consumer confusion, protects brand reputation. And then copyright is works. Author of the life plus 70. So, I mean, this is funny that you're talking about the Constitution, and here we are talking about patents and all this other stuff.
Right.
So if we do something like trademarks are indefinite for the life of trademarks are for the brand names
As
identified.
long as you keep using them.
Yep, as long as it's used in commerce.
And I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I mean, somebody to
you don't want to put a
somebody,
time on that.
yeah. Well, and for to somebody to come out with a new, a new cola and then brand it Coca-Cola, and then it ends up on the same shelves, but it's like two different companies, two different products as far as taste or whatever.
I mean, you could just
Yeah,
do Coca Cola, just add the O back,
yeah, cocoa,
or just do cocaine cola.
yeah,
Isn't that?
and then you just start putting cocaine back in it.
Um, so you want to explicitly put out in the Constitution these three things: patent, trademark, and copyright, and put timeframes on them.
I don't think you do timeframes on trademarks. I think you keep that the same. I think,
Okay,
and
but
that seems
no, but if you're not explicitly stating it,
fair enough.
this
Or
is where you get into the problem of explicitly stating, like it just.
right. So I don't know. Is this?
See, but this is the libertarian thing to promote progress of science and useful arts by securing no more than 28 years to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. So that is kind of crazy that authors only get 28 years for their writings, according to this
Yeah,
libertarian. Like that's kind of insane.
yeah. Because think about, like, I'm thinking of it in terms of Brandon Sanderson, the stuff that he writes. He has never given permission for Hollywood to touch any of his stuff. And he's been approached relentlessly because he doesn't want because he absolutely refuses to to give them carte blanche to tell
Correct.
the story how they would want to tell it.
I don't know who that
And
guy is, but yeah, sure.
he wrote the Stormlight Archives and
Okay.
some other stuff.
Okay.
And so, like, all Hollywood would have to do is wait 28 years, and then they could just steal his
They could do
characters.
whatever he wants. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not cool.
Yeah. Yeah, to sit there and watch your creation become perverted.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
all they're using is the names of your characters and maybe some semblance of the story that you were trying to tell.
the interpretation, like what that was greatly done with a very infamous series ending called Game of Thrones. Um,
Right.
you know, that's another thing like that. But that was with the author's permission. But then the you saw how bad it got when they started moving away from the actual story that was being told.
Yeah.
Um, and I have a feeling that there's that you're going to have a lot of that type of stuff. The progressive one just adds a knowledge, progress of knowledge and technology by securing for limited times to authors and inventors exclusive rights to their respective. I, I mean, it's essentially the same thing. They just added knowledge and technology.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Um,
so the question is, yeah, do you enumerate it the time length in the Constitution, or do you keep it ambiguous, thinking things will change? I don't.
and once it's
I,
given, like in the conservative one, once it's given, it's done. Like
yeah,
no extension or reduction ever.
yeah.
It is what
No,
it is.
no contingencies. No,
Yeah.
no nothing.
No
And,
lobbying. No saying, "Hey, can we get another 50 years?"
right.
No. No. You get what you get.
And I guess I'm trying to think, what about this, or what about society would change where the time frame would need to change? Like I can't think of a
I
I can't
mean,
think of an outlier case where it's like, well, yeah, where you would need more time, or you would, if the author, the writer, or the artist, if they die, I mean,
yeah. Then
it
you're free game after a certain point. What I would say is I would say if you're going to put a time frame, like okay, say you put a time frame on a patent or whatever of 20 years or 25 years or whatever it may be. I think that it's just the life of the author plus whatever the time frame of the patent is. Like I mean, they're dead. Yeah, the family is still there. If they have a family or whatnot, they can profit off of certain things, but at a certain extent. I mean, Michael Jackson stuff is still going to be going for I don't know another 50 years, right?
yeah, I think so.
So I'm wondering, do you yeah, they've passed. Do you do it immediately, and then do you see a bunch of ripoffs come out? But oh, they're dead. Let's do a bunch of.
Maybe something short. 70 years is too long. I'm thinking like
That's what
10 or 20.
well, I'm thinking. I'm thinking you do whatever a patent is at that point. If they're dead, it shouldn't be any longer than somebody's invention.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, at that point, yeah. So
Yeah,
whatever
because
you're,
yeah, and I think that's the difference, right? Is that it's expression, and the author or the artist can continue to expand on that expression that they created. Where a patent is like, okay, hey, I have this, and I have this idea, this invention, and I'm going to use it for 20 years, and after that, anybody can use it. And then if you think of something different, or you design something different, you go get a new patent.
correct. Well, and this is something that this is going to be. This is a difficult one. Okay, you have a drug company that produces a drug that cures a particular type of cancer. 100% gets rid of it, goes through trials, does all this. Yeah, they have a monopoly on that for 20 plus years.
Right.
They have the ability to cure this particular type of cancer, and they have the then well we developed it, so we have the ability for the next 20 years to charge whatever we want to charge in order to save your life. Is that right? I mean, it's just like insulin, you know.
Yeah. Well, to me, it goes back to the question of virtue.
Okay.
Uh,
Did we try to?
you,
I mean,
you would hope that the person that invented that wouldn't want to gouge people for it, and
You
that
would
they'd
hope.
want to, and they'd want to give it, not obviously you want to make a profit off of it, but you make it available to everyone.
Yeah.
But that's not what happens.
No, not at all.
And so, yeah, maybe there is some caveat to life-saving healthcare.
But what is that caveat?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
That's
healthcare
the
in general. Maybe you can't patent a process or patent an idea in that sense where it's available to all. But then again, if you can't, you 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 de-incentivize people for at least in a capitalist economy, you de-incentivize people from innovating and wanting to pursue that.
correct. And that is my biggest thing with that is we're talking about, okay, so if you do that, how do you incentivize people for making this stuff rather than just for the common good? Well, in my when you're talking about medical things, if you're talking about the greater good for the populace, that should come from, like, all of your big stuff from a medical standpoint should be funded and should be, which for the most part it already is funded relatively from grants by the government, right?
Yeah.
Like
But
that's
then
where a lot of the funding comes from.
but then you're also able to still patent that stuff even though you use the federal grants, and then you can privatize the
To an extent,
I believe.
some grants, depending on the grants, whether you get it through an educational institution, whether you get it through the government, whether you get it through whatever, some of them have clauses in there to where if this is developed, they own the patent, they own the whatever. So
Yeah.
that is, from an educational institution perspective, I believe that is done like that. So I don't know, that's one of this is a tough one. So let's put some notes on here, and then let's so I think that from that perspective, we're talking something like, um, putting limits directly in Constitution. Um, let's see, copyright, life life plus what? Plus patent
Yeah.
time.
Life plus yeah, the a life of a patent.
And then if we're talking trademark, that is, um, indefinite by usage. And then if we're talking patent, so here's where we get into the, we just do 30 years,
Yeah.
30 years,
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
except for the medical or general, okay, general welfare, um, exclusion.
Well, this is interesting.
What?
So I asked Chat, are discoveries from government medical research grants able to be privately patented? Uh, so, and it's saying yes, but often with strings attached. There was the Bay-Dole Act in 1980. Discoveries from federal grants usually belong to the government.
Yep.
Most patents sat unused. Commercialization was terrible.
Yep.
Bay-Dole flipped the model. So universities, nonprofits, contractors made patent discoveries. They can license those patents to private companies. This is why university tech transfer offices exist. Pharma startups spin out of NIH funded labs. Venture capital is willing to touch academic research at all. Without this, most lab discoveries would die on the bench. Government funded patents are not the same as fully private patents. The US government gets a non exclusive royalty free license to use the invention. Um, and then there's march-in rights, but they've never been used since since the act was put in place. Patent If a patent holder fails to commercialize, prices the product unreasonably, can't meet public health needs, then the government can force additional licenses, override exclusivity. In theory. In practice, never successfully used despite decades of pressure. Politically radioactive, pharma knows this. So these rights exist more as leverage than a real enforcement tool.
Okay. So they made a change in that act to the way that this stuff, the way it all goes down.
Yeah, and in theory, I like the idea of it, but if it's never actually used, and like I guess the idea of how overpriced insulin is in this country, you know, how is that not used to then like take the I don't know, but I'm trying to put this in the perspective of insulin. So like why is insulin so expensive in this country? Because I don't even think the patent still exists or is in place on that. But is it because of the way that it has to be manufactured that not it's not easy to buy into the business and then make it affordable for everybody? Or is there something else going on there? You know what I mean? Am I making sense?
Yeah, you are.
And why? Yeah, and I'm sure it's all political pressure and that kind of stuff. Where it's hey, big pharma throws a lot of money at Congress, and so nothing's being done as far as like throwing some money at at a private citizen or at you know a private group that's going to go and make insulin affordable and basically completely undercut the market to the point where you know where pharma has to drop their prices.
Yeah. I mean, and that's
Because insulin was invented what 1920, 1930.
something around there. Yeah. Well, I mean, and the guy also took the patent and he made it public, I believe.
Yeah.
But we just charge an exorbitant rate for it. People are just getting raked over the coals because it's a
Yeah.
requirement. So there's a small difference on that.
Yeah.
Um, okay, yeah, I think that I think that we're gonna have to come back and look at that. But I think that that is a good. Hmm. Add knowledge technology, but I think that from a knowledge technology standpoint, I think that I think from that perspective, it's pretty much the same as a patent. Most knowledge and or technology is going to be a patent. There's not a different name for it. It's going to be a patent on based on whatever device or whatever you have. So,
Yeah.
all right, I think we got that one. We've pretty much beat that one, unless you got some more on that one.
No, I'm good.
Okay. To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court.
Sounds good to me. Everybody get their pitchforks and their torches.
Um, I don't know that there's. So this is where you get your inferior your circuit courts and all that stuff, right? I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
Yeah. Or yeah,
Establish lower federal
special
courts
hearing.
like district and appellate courts subordinate to the Supreme Court. Enables Congress to create a tiered federal judiciary, ensuring a system of courts below the highest, essential for managing federal cases efficiently. Essentially, so you don't, so the Supreme Court doesn't get overrun by stuff. Um, Congressional role decides if and when how to establish its lower courts. Power exercised early on with the Judiciary Act of the 1789. So this is so the Constitution given all of these stuff, and then they created acts based on these explicit powers. I think that was some of the first things that they did in those first few years after this was accepted. Was they went through and they said, okay, we got to do this, we got to do this, we got to do, like, hey, here's a list, let's check everything off. Um, I don't see any problem with that. I think that that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Conservative Constitution. Let's see here. Establish administrative courts for the adjudication of cases involving entitlements to statutory public benefits and other cases of public right, subject to such rights of appeal to the courts of the United States as Congress may direct, and for the adjudication of cases involving the enforcement of federal regulatory measures of a non-criminal nature, subject to de novo review as to both law. Judges of said courts may be appointed by heads of departments and may serve for fixed terms of no more than 4 years, subject to removal for cause. Holy good Lord. No, lawyers didn't create this at all.
Right.
Yeah, they weren't involved in the making of this. Okay. Libertarian. To constitute tribunals inferior to the Superior Court. Progressive. To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. Okay. I don't know what they were trying to do with this.
Yeah. But I'm out. Like as far as the conservative constitution goes, they're just trying to do too much.
I don't even like. I don't even think. Clarification that many of these rather minor housekeeping among the more substantive congressional power to regulate relations with their, yeah. Prohibiting retroactive changes in patent and copyright terms, extending bankruptcy protection on voluntary basis to states. Constitutionally conscious objection from the draft. The Commerce, okay, yeah, they don't give any. I to be honest with you, the way what I feel is they've done on that is, um, whereas where do they have this here? Okay, Robert George, Michael McConnell. Okay, so these four people, professor of jurisprudence and director of the James Madison Program, American Ideals and Institution. Professor, Stanford Law School, Stanford Law, Constitution Law, Director of Graduate School of Civic and Economic Thought, and Associate Professor of Law. So you had three lawyers. Of course, they're going to change it to a bunch of mumbo jumbo that, and hey, I'm not a lawyer, so hearing all of these words, instead of just, okay, wait a second, constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. Okay, wait a second. Maybe this is maybe I missed it. Okay, wait a second. To establish administrative courts. So no, they added this. This is a whole new thing. This is in between the constitute tribunals and to define and punish piracies. So they want to add an additional layer of courts for the adjudication of cases involving entitlements to statutory public benefits and other cases of public right, subject to such rights of appeal to the courts of the United States as Congress may direct for the adjudication of cases involving the enforcement of federal regulatory measures of a non-criminal nature. So, based on my very, very simple understanding of what law is, they're essentially saying rather than having the district and the appellate courts, we're going to create administrative courts that are going to take care of things that are not criminal. So we're gonna create a whole new section of courts that get rid of all of the administrative crap out of our district and appellate courts to free them up to do other things.
Okay.
Is what I'm understanding here. I mean, especially often called Article 1 courts of for federal benefit public right cases, regulatory enforcement, allowing Congress to define judicial roles outside of Article 3, with judges serving fixed term, reflecting ongoing constitutional debates about balancing legislative power and judicial independence. To handle disputes over public benefits like Social Security and federal regulations away from the traditional Article 3 courts, public rights matters where the government is a party, traditionally allowing Congress more latitude. Okay. Fixed terms rather than life. Congress would define appeal rights to U.S. courts. Okay. Article 1 versus Article 3. Article 1 legislative courts handle specific congressional matters like territories, military. Article 3 constitutional courts have life tenure judges and broader jurisdiction. Public rights allows Congress to create non-Article 3 bodies for cases involving public rights rather than private rights, a concept refined in Supreme Court cases. This proposal outlines a system for specialized administration similar to the U.S. Tax Court or Court of Federal Claims, but with distinct judicial appointment and tenure rules, testing the boundaries of congressional power for federal courts and separation of powers. Interesting. I mean, but they could do this already, saying that these courts are constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. This is giving them I don't know. Is this a way for them to try to get outside of the Supreme Court on some things?
Mm.
Talking about public rights and that type of stuff to move things through. I don't know. We'll have to do a deeper dive into that additional one. The fact that they don't have that they didn't put anything in here about this. Wait a second. Maybe this is. No. I don't know. Maybe I'm administrative governance, citizens' votes and elections, impeachment, interbranch disputes, public disclosures. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't see that they. Yeah, I don't see where they put anything in there for the reason as to why they did it. Okay. So this has got to be for a specific reason, having to deal with trying to get stuff out from under the Supreme Court. Maybe
Maybe.
I don't. Again, this is where we have to have a lawyer. We'll have to have a lawyer come in and have a conversation about this type of stuff.
Yeah.
Um, how you feeling? You feeling okay? You want to continue or you want to save this for next week?
Well, I'm okay either way. How? What about you?
I'm doing all right. I think we have a lot of military stuff coming up here. I didn't know if you wanted to save that for next time because we're kind of doing like we got war and military for like the next 5 or 6. I don't know if you want to save the military stuff for next time.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we start that conversation next time because yeah, once we get started talking about it, like we could be here for another couple of hours
Yeah,
at least.
yeah. So I know that we did the tribunals for the courts to define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the laws of nations. I don't know what the
You
law of
mean like going
nations
into
is.
somebody else's country and kidnapping their president?
I didn't say it. You said it.
Something like that?
Well, this is what is the law of nations?
Invading their sovereign land and yeah,
What is
something
the
like that.
law of nations? The Law of Nations, 1758, was founded as a text. International law applies natural law principles to conduct of states arguing for the liberty and equality of nations. He defined this as a law governing relations between sovereign states based on both natural law and positive agree upon law. This is about sovereignty and stuff like that. Yep. American statesmen studied and applied Vattel's teachings during, yep. Huh. Are considered still relevant today. So wait a second. So let's get this right. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the laws of nations. Well, I mean, Congress has the power to do that. To define and punish offenses against the law of nations. Well, maybe if we ever get that. I don't see a problem with this. I don't think. Oh, hey, wait. Conservative. To define and punish piracies are committed on the high seas and other acts of violence by non-state actors, and to define and determine the applicability of the laws of nations. Wow. That's a big change.
That's what she said.
Yep. Libertarian's the same, and progressive, I would imagine, is the same.
I forgot we were on a live stream when I said that.
It's all right. It's fine. It happens. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and other acts of violence by non-state actors. Well, what happens about the state actors? And to define and determine the applicability of the law of nations.
Hey, the whole thing about the new court system. What section did they put that in?
It,
On the conservative one. Do you remember?
oh, it's in section 8 or section 11.
Oh,
Sorry, it's section 11.
all right.
Section 11 is where they have all the powers of Congress aside from the money. The money. Money, money, money. So this is another one that, because the change here, and I think this is the one we're going to stop at because this is almost from a judicial perspective. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations. Where is. I wonder what the controversy on this is. Okay, a phrase comes from da da da. Yep, Congress has a specific power to define. Yep, yep, yep. Ensuring uniform federal jurisdiction over these crucial maritime and international crimes that could otherwise embroil the nation. Source. Purpose to create a clear federal authority for prosecuting serious crimes that occur beyond national boundaries or violate international norms, which was vital for independent nation. Okay, Congress exercises this power by passing federal laws like the Neutrality Act of 1794 or modern anti piracy statutes that define and set punishments for these offenses. Defining and punishing article. Okay, wait a second. Yale law. Oh, good gosh. Okay, you're not reading that. The fact that Congress considered it was necessary to give Congress to define offenses against the law of nations does not mean codify a law. Okay. An, an act punishing the crime of piracy as defined by the law of nations was held to be an appropriate exercise of the constitutional authority to define and punish the offense, since it adopted by reference. Oh my goodness. Similarly, the court found that by the reference in the 15th article of war to. Oh my goodness. Okay, where conversely Congress defines with particularity a crime which is an offense against the law of nations. The law is valid even if it contains no recital disclosing it in an act of. Man, Lord, you need a law degree just to understand half this stuff.
Right.
I mean, I understand the maritime crime because that was big. That was big back in the day, right? Like, like that's how everybody got around was
Right.
okay to define and punish. The define and punish clause committed on the high seas and okay, so the clause contains only specific enumerated power in the Constitution that extends Congress's authority outside the territorial limits of the United States. It was developed to address one of the primary weaknesses of the preceding Articles of Confederation, which had limited the national government's ability to conduct foreign affairs by instead granting states the power to provide expeditious, exemplary, and adequate punishment for the infractions of the immunities of ambassadors and other public ministers.
All right.
Okay, however, at the time of the Define and Punishment Clause was drafted, piracy was the only universal crime that was well defined by the law of nations and was soon addressed by Congress through federal statute 1790. Felonies committed in international waters had to be specifically defined by Congress. Determining the grounds on which Congress can define offenses against the law of nations remains unclear due to the differing interpretations of the law of nations. Go figure. So long as each relevant law. Yeah. So I think that this was something from a perspective of, hey, if one of our ships is in international waters and we get attacked or they get pirated or they get whatever, that we have the ability to punish those people, to go after those people in international waters because of our goods.
Yeah. Seems reasonable.
Yeah. See, and here you go. Edmund Randolph, a delegate to the Congress, cited this arrangement as one of the major defects of the articles since it left no consistent or uniform recourse for foreign dignitaries and merchants. Okay.
I guess the question is, does it apply today? I mean, I know we still transport a lot of goods over ships and stuff like that, so maybe it does.
Well, we'll see that that's where this determining grounds on which Congress can define offenses against the law of nations remains unclear due to differing interpretations of the law of nations. I, so if we look at what Congress was trying to do, almost all of the powers of Congress after this was ratified, they essentially went down, boom, 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 and created acts based on each one that kind of defined them in more detail, right?
Yeah.
And I think that this is one that maybe they didn't.
Hmm.
I don't know that there's.
Well, and at this point, it doesn't really matter anyways, because we can just find these people in whatever country they live in, and
Oh my
kidnap them. And
goodness, you can't help yourself, can you?
no, I can't.
Can't help yourself.
So yeah, we don't need this one.
No, we don't need it at all. No, I think it's good in there. I just I wonder. See, this is the conservative one, and it makes me wonder. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and other acts of violence by non-state actors, and to define and determine the applicability of the law of nations. So I understand why they're changing that a little bit to sort of like, hey, define and determine the applicability of the law of nations, and define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas. Like, because they're talking about offenses against the U.S. is what they're talking about. They're not talking about other nations.
Or
They're talking
citizens
about
of the U.S.
yeah, they're talking about attacks on our stuff in international waters.
Yeah.
So yeah, that definitely needs to be clarified. Wait a second. Oh, we forgot. I forgot to put the tribunals. Do-do-do-do-do.
So from what I'm reading, the whole thing with that the conservative constitution added um, is that they're just trying to make administrative adjudication constitutional by design instead of statutory by inference.
Yeah.
That's the reason for the clause.
Yeah. That's which I get, especially like I said, when you have a bunch of lawyers writing this stuff, like they're more in tune with what the problems are from a law perspective and the way the courts operate and stuff like that versus, us normies.
Right.
So, um
Well, yeah, it'd be no different than us, lawyers looking at,
IT
policy
stuff.
documentation on IT stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's like, why'd you guys write it this way?
Yeah. Exactly. So, I think and then with this one with the I think we need to put some. Okay. To define and punish against the law of nations. So the problem that they have with this is against the law of nations. There's no definition of there's no actual definitions as far as what the law of nations is like actual hard law of nations. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Like
No, it
there
does.
is no
Well,
law of
yeah, and there,
nations.
yeah, it's basically saying that the what's in the law of nations is still argued and
Yeah, it's not clear.
yeah.
Bring current And then I would say uh, better define law of nations. Applicable.
That's not how you spell applicable.
Yeah, I know. I got it.
I believe in you.
Because it's the piracies and felonies committed on the high seas. Like, and that's outside of, like, I think it's international high seas being international territory.
Yeah.
The water is the only thing that is international territory. Actually, no, I'm wrong. Space.
I was gonna
Space
say
is
the air.
international. Yeah,
Yeah.
space is international territory as well. Well, I mean, the air is not like
Well,
because
like
you have
yeah.
airspace, but you get up into space. Can we start calling it that? Can we call it that? Space? Can we?
Yeah, but there's international airspace is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, there is, but that's only over the. It's only over the oceans,
True.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess airspace over the ocean is called high seas as well.
I it's, I don't know. I guess back in those days, they didn't quite understand what it was when they were, um, you know, running their planes back and forth between here and Europe,
Right. Exactly. Yeah. How dare them?
right?
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that this is also has the ability to extend. I think um, international international space,
Yeah.
because that's it's meant to be for international stuff. So you're talking about this would be from the perspective of like actual outer space, and those types of things, because this involves any international high seas were unregulated international waters or whatever.
Hmm.
Because I guess you can't own the sea, right? You can only own land.
No, nobody owns the water. It's God's water.
Oh, is that what it is? It's which is kind of funny.
It's a quote
Um,
from Super Troopers.
all right. I think at this point, I think we're about. I think we can call it here. It's
Okay.
almost 6 o'clock here. We've been going for almost 4.75 hours. So
Yeah.
I think
Killing it.
we.
Still not done with Section 8.
You're not done with what?
And we're still
No, we're
not
not
done with
done.
Section
Not done with Section 8. We're never going to be done with Section 8. Don't you? Don't you understand that?
8. I do now that you've explained it to me.
Section 8 is going to be forever. So we have. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have eight more lines of Section 8. I told you this one was going to be bad, like
Yeah.
because this is literally all the powers. All it gives Congress what they can do.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So some difficult stuff, man.
Hmm.
And then we get to go into the powers that are denied Congress. Woo!
That's exciting stuff.
Yeah, it is. Well, Josh, I
Uh,
appreciate you sticking around this long, man. It's fantastic that we
you
were
too,
able to
buddy.
get through a lot of this stuff
We did it together. It was a team
together.
effort.
Together. Yes, very much so. We tried to do a team effort.
Yeah.
Were we successful?
We'll see. You know.
See how
Yeah.
things go.
Yeah. It's not looking good out there right now. I don't know how much success we're having.
Right? Hey, next weekend, next Sunday when we do this, we may have something even better to talk about.
Yeah.
You know,
I had
maybe.
an interesting yeah I had an interesting conversation with my brother over a Christmas vacation where he's like I think he went and watched a couple of our podcasts and then
Oh, did he?
yeah and I
Nice.
haven't talked to him about that yet, but like because his thing is that like we have to start over, like we have to start over from scratch, and I don't, and the thing is that I don't know if he's wrong. I just, the problem I have is what does that look like, and it's gonna, and if we do that, it's gonna get way worse before it gets better.
Well, okay, okay. So starting over from scratch. I mean, you could
Yeah,
say that that is what the founding fathers did. They started from scratch. They created the
yeah,
Articles of Confederation, started from
yeah, but
scratch,
they
and
had to
did
go
that.
through a ward to get there. Well, no, from the articles to the Constitution. No, you're right. There was
Yeah,
no war there.
there's no word. So they okay, yeah, whole okay. So we're talking about two different things. If we're talking about like quote unquote a
Oh,
regime change,
yeah, he's talking about uh, something more along the lines of like, hey, we all go to Washington D.C. and and we take care of business.
talking
You know
about
what?
that movie. What
Yeah.
was what was the
Well, what did they do in Nepal? Where they just went in there and they beat the hell out of that the minister of finance and
oh
like
no
just
well,
threw him out.
oh, they went in there and got them all and took
Yeah,
everybody out, and then they got on Discord, voted, and put somebody in.
right. Something akin to that is
So I'm not saying that that's, but the thing is, and this is what a lot of people have a hard time getting behind, and this is one of those things that like when we're talking about putting time frames on some of this stuff, getting people behind things and getting, and this was one of the things like with the what was it the Wall Street stuff
Occupy Wall
the
Street.
Occupy Wall Street, like everybody was there and they thought it was great until it was like, okay, well, what's your end goal?
Yeah.
What do you
What are your demands? What do you
what
want?
yeah what is it we're trying to accomplish? Well, we want them to stop taking advantage. Yeah, okay, good luck with that. Screw it. Like what the
Yeah.
hell? So that's where you take what we have here and you put it all together and you say, hey, look, we have a new constitution. We are going to take the old one and we are going to get rid of it, and we are going to have a new one that we are going to quote unquote start over. Right? So that's your
Yeah.
starting over. That is, but instead of going through the whole thing of, oh, well, let's put together the Articles of Confederation and then find out that they don't work in, 5 years, 10 years because it can't do nothing. And then let's recreate we already have a base. We have a base that's worked for 200 some years. And then obviously bad things happened and non-virtuous people got put where they shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
And we to do a reset. But I think if we have a base for people to get behind that says, hey, these are the things that we've done. This is why we've done them. This is what we've changed. We're limiting this. We're changing this. We're getting rid of all of the things that we think have caused problems. We're getting rid of all of the issues that we think have caused us to get where we are. And we've done a complete, we've gone through line by line, gone through and changed stuff, looked at the differing views, looked at the, libertarian, conservative, progressive. We've gone across the board and said, okay, let's take, quote unquote, the best and the brightest, bring them together, look at what it looks at now, and then looked at it from a realistic perspective. Just like when you're talking about the libertarian one with, hey, if what we're doing is in the state, then the government can't come in and tell us what to do. What?
Huh?
What? No, that's not how this works. You're not allowed to run a sex slave ring out of your state as long as it doesn't affect anybody. That's not how that
Yeah.
works.
As long as you keep all of the commerce within your state.
Exactly. Keep all the commerce within your state, and no problem. I mean, you look at Nevada with the whole prostitution thing. Like, you can't do it in the city of Las Vegas, but you go just outside, and you got yourself the Bunny Ranch, right?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that's no, you don't have you're not going to get the right to do whatever you want, however you want, as long as you're on your land. No, you can't just go somewhere else, bring someone to your land, and then say, hey, boom, you're dead. That's not how that works. Anyways.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, and my concern in all of this is that the non-virtuous people that are currently holding power, it's not like they're going to look at a proposal like this and be like, well, you know what, you guys are right. Like, here, like you take over now.
Oh, no. That's not how this works. So what you do, like,
And
if
I think that's the point my brother was trying to make.
oh yeah. Well, I mean, when you've exhausted, how does that go? When you've exhausted all means of peaceful protest. How's it work?
Well, my thought on that, like, I'll simplify it. Violence is not the answer until it is.
Okay, that's not exactly when you've exhausted all means of peaceful. When you've exhausted all means of peace, what often leads to discussion about alternative, more forceful forms of action, or the point to where violence becomes inevitable. Those famous quote attributed to JFK: "Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable." There you go.
Yeah. Violence is not the answer until it is.
But I mean, but again, the whole thing is yes, it's great that you can have violence and go out and do those things, but what you don't want is to have that violence and then someone come in and take over the means of power because of their ability to cause violence.
Yeah, agreed.
That's what you don't want.
Hey.
So that's what you're trying to do. That's when you're trying to do what we're doing now, is come up with, okay, we have our system that we have now. How can we improve upon it? How can we make it better? What can we do to make it better, to prevent certain things from occurring, to prevent the non-virtuous from taking advantage of a system that is meant for the virtuous?
I like that.
How do you make it so that people of religious beliefs do not get taken advantage of by people that use that to their advantage? How do you protect the altar boys? That's what we're talking about. Well, look who it is.
Right?
Poor guy, he's been missing you. All right. We're going almost on 5 hours now. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and sticking around and watching us go on and on about this stuff for a very long time today. Appreciate each and every one of you. We're going to continue trudging through this and making progress. We will be here next weekend. What day is that? The 11th. Sunday, the 11th of January. We'll be back here again. Hopefully, be able to make it through Section 8. I don't think we will. I think we'll get a majority of it done, but I don't think that we're going to finish these last two. But we may. But we'll hopefully get through all of the military stuff, the next 5 or 6 lines. So we'll see. But thanks again to everyone. And remember, be good. Be kind. Is it be kind? Be kind, be thoughtful, be kind to each other and yourself.
Yeah, and make good choices.
Make good choices.
Thanks for listening to us.
Make good choices. See everybody next weekend.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.